of the building of Jamaican music as we know it. And that same group, the Scatterlights, was the musical foundation for the group, the Wailers, which is Bob, Peter, Bunny, and there were a couple others in the earlys, because they were trying as a 5-man group before a 3-man group. And so that trod from 1961, 62 to 1976 that you are, interrogating now. For me, includes all of that history. And so I cannot analyze what is happening without giving credit to the foundation on which he stands. And so even the song coming from the speech of His Imperial Majesty is itself controversial, not so much because of the global influence and everything you spoke of, but because the Rastafari community had been negotiating with Bob Marley as he ascended that credit, or income, benefits should be flowing to the community that he, was living amongst and so on. I speak in particular about Jaloid, who was very influential at the time and was aware of what was happening in his ascendancy, not just him as an individual, but the culture was also ascending. And they were quite aware. And I know a lot of the elders were concerned about the quote unquote reggae industry and what it meant for the faith. And, the contradictions, and I just mentioned the word paradox that was in there. And the conversation started with Bob Marley, that the institutions that he was a part of as an industry should be made to acknowledge the culture formally. And he sent Jaloid to Chris Blackwell to further those thoughts. And in the means of, having that conversation, time passed and he died without a will and testament. And so since that time, the Rastafari community has been in a quandary in how to address Bob's talent, as was expressed, in using the cultural, symbols or, as a Rastafari, and how it should benefit the community, as this was the first mass commercialization and use of the culture, in popular commercialism. So it's just giving a background to the underneath of the song, and the use of the song, War and His Imperial Majesty. The 12 tribes of Israel felt, and certain skill coal has been in a lot of negotiations with the Mali estate as to where the royalties generated by the use of the song War should be towards the community, and specifically towards the 12 tribes of Israel. That remains a open subject as we critique what it means globally. So in the heights of the current conversation about Louis Vuitton selling a red, gold, and green shirt, branding a red, gold, and green shirt and attributing it to the culture of Rastafari, though he said it was the Jamaican flag, which I don't.
Sister Maxine, I want to give a little background on what is happening, because I don't know if everyone is abreast with what is happening with the Louis Vuitton and Sidela Marley, the design that they have put forward.
Yeah, well, I mean, Sidela Marley became, yeah, the Louis Vuitton branded a shirt, red, gold, and green, with the Louis Vuitton symbol, and marketed it as in respect of the flag of Jamaica. You know, and the shirt itself sells for $1,340 US. So it created a controversy, interestingly, where people were critiquing, oh, it's not the colors of Jamaica, it's the colors of Rastafari.
I never know saying so much money.
Yeah, 1,340. But
you don't know about Louis Vuitton then, Paula.
Yeah.
That's above my pay grade, bro.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second.
I never even know say so much money the shirt costs. I know about Louis Vuitton. In Kenya, I went to the Karen Blixen, and I saw that she had Louis Vuitton luggage in the turn of the 19th century. But wow, $1,000 for a shirt?
1,340. So anyway, the controversy is, like I said, I'm linking this controversy to the conversation that Lloyd had with Bob Marley, that opened the gates for the commercialization of the culture, and that a respectful agreement should be made between Bob and the community in respect of what would be happening in the future. Not about his death, but about, you know, him progressing in the world as a superstar. And clearly his whole image and likeness is that of the Rastafari culture. What he was singing about, what he's inspired to promote is the gospel of Rastafari. And so other than being, like you say, a singular person giving back, that there should be an institutional relationship, seeing that he himself is a product of an institution, which is the record industry. So it shouldn't just depend on his thought process of giving back, but something institutional. So linking it to Louis Vuitton and the sweater that came out, it is only one current example of the mass commercialization of the culture that actually rose from the ascendancy of Bob Marley. And so because of the non-agreement of Bob Marley with the Rastafari community, then it set the standard for everything else that occurred, right? And so Louis Vuitton and several others, I mean, you have every major designer has come out. I think Tommy Hilfiger, you know, everyone has come out with some influential article of clothing in respect of the power of the culture in, you know, in popular culture. So, you know, the community, like I said, since before he died, and certainly the Rita Convention of 1983, focused squarely on this matter, because now post his death in 1981 was the massive merchandising that continues until today. So I was curious. It was curious as the community reacted to the Louis Vuitton, which is really a Jamaica governmental issue, in response of not protecting the Rastafari, having asked for it and lobbied and advocated for this protection, certainly since 2007. and they have been dilly-dallying and going around because they themselves as a government are also, through their tourism industry in particular, abusers of appropriation of the culture without paying for it. So in that respect, the Louis Vuitton and the controversy now, or the stepping in of Cedella Marley statement, almost to say that it is Bob Marley who has the right to wear such a jacket or you know, be associated with such a jacket or product, and not Louis Vuitton, was quite hypocritical to me, in the sense that you as Bob Marley is not contributing anything out of your merchandising in any formal way to the Rastafari community. And you almost are criticizing Louis Vuitton as if it is you who have the sole right to this exploitation and not Louis Vuitton. And, you know, in critiquing Louis Vuitton. And so, you know, outside of the normal reaction of the community to this, especially looking at the price and saying, well, even so, some money and benefit should be coming to the community, because your influence is your influence. And if these brands feel like, yes, it's worthy of their brand to come on your culture and be appropriated, that, you know, I had no controversy about it saying that the colors are the flag of Jamaica, because we are the culture of the masses of the you know, the African Jamaican population. And we are the major culture. So for an African, because I understand that the person who designed it for Louis Vuitton is actually an African. You understand that he was inspired. So that is my view, that is my foundation view of the song War. I understand everything that is described in relation to, you know, the what you call it, the tribute to His Imperial Majesty, and, you know, the timing of it and all of that. But because of my background in understanding the economics of this whole situation, and that it is not benefiting, and it is being promoted and owned by a system that the song is actually singing against, you know, it's very paradoxical for me. And so, you know, I just offer my thoughts, not in contradiction to, you know, what was presented, but that once we are celebrating, you understand, and adding to the promotion of this, we must also critically analyze what is literally happening to our community and where the stakeholding is, where is the representation. You understand, Bob Marley represents the culture on the highest level in terms of globalization, image, you know, and all of this, and in terms of the influence of the culture. But then you have to analyze, well, who owns this influence? And how can we protect ourselves if this is the door that Louis Vuitton and others are walking through?
Yes, I.
You know?
Give thanks.
So that's where I leave my thoughts.
Yeah, man, give thanks, Empress Maxine. Ras Flacco. Yeah, was talking about.
Marlon, you can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, remember Sister Maxine? Maxine, you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Remember, she was giving a presentation also on war, right? And she didn't finish because of the Louis Vuitton reasoning, right? So she left
Yeah,
off.
so let me finish. War is like, you know, it's like, I guess when you sing a hymn from the Bible, you know, and you make it into a song. I think Rastaman Chant is another song that was made popular by the Wailers, all three of them, you know, on the Catch a Fire album. There are certain, I guess it's public domain for an artist to, you know, make the song popular through his artistry. But at the same time, there's a respect and a responsibility, especially if you're a Rastafarian, to benefit and sharing the benefit of what you're creating. So, you know, I understand because we do it all the time. You know, we dip into folk culture, show me call, me not call no foul. All of those, a lot of those are our folk culture, you know, that we are dipping into. And that is how music and culture is created. Once it goes into the commercial space, however, you know, and then becomes owned by an individual, that is where I think the Jamaican government and intellectual property should be negotiating on behalf of the people and the cultures under which these artistry are dipping into this wealth, making enormous wealth, not merely for themselves, but for international corporations and international, you know, cultures and whatever. So yeah, it promoted the speech of His Imperial Majesty. But while it's promoting the speech of His Imperial Majesty, what is it doing to the people that have, you know, made the speech of His Imperial Majesty relevant to be promoted? So that's where my thoughts about war are. Like I see it, and you know, but I have to be considerate because I am in the industry. I'm in the intellectual property rights, you know, advocacy. And so, you know, that's my analysis. And it's not to distract.
Is there a message to the youth of Rastafari in the music?
Yes, that
was
your generation,
influence the music.
The youth generation must not only think to sing, they must also think to act, because singing alone is only promoting the wealth of a system that is very much the system that you're singing against. So there must be some contribution, right? Yes, it's an industry. Yes, it's promoting Rastafari. But what is the actual contribution? What are your actions outside of going on the stage and doing all these things and promoting international festivals to the point that now all of these other countries are creating their own reggae groups, their own roots this, their own roots that, and even pushing you, the Jamaican artist, out of the benefits of the industry that you have created? Then you have to have a more critical analysis of what you're doing. You understand? On the ground here to defend the rights. And those rights cannot be defended alone in the industry. You have to come down to the ground that you are actually speaking the gospel of the people and collaborate with the people to, you know, not only for the people's benefit, but for your own benefit, because at this critical stage, you are being removed. Even you, the artist, is being removed by your own influence. They had a show called Sirius XM, where all these artists, our music was being, is the biggest satellite radio in America. They removed the Jamaican program that everybody had access to for 12 to 15 years and made it similar in a Bob Marley channel. Now what has happened? Nobody understands that everybody's earnings, all these Jamaican artists' earnings, because every time a song play on Sirius XM is $12, 12 US dollars. That has been removed after being built by the Jamaican artists for us to now celebrate that, oh, there's a Bob Marley channel on Sirius that removed the Jamaican music channel. Whereas Garth Brooks didn't remove the country channel. Jay-Z didn't remove the hip hop channel, but Bob Marley and Tough Gong, or whatever they call it, removed the Jamaican music channel. So we have to analyze as the youth. You have to understand what is the economics behind the Rastafari culture and wise up yourself that you need to work with the foundation understand what you are doing. You are spreading the gospel of Rastafari. Who is Rastafari? It's not record company. It's not VP Records. It's not Island. It's not, these things. It is the people, right? And become more aware of institution building, because you are not creating any new knowledge. You are only, wrapping up yourself in it, etc., etc. So that Louis Vuitton, yes, he should make a shirt, but he should make a shirt for 1,340 and donate 340 forward to the community. You understand? Just because it is known, and as you know, Caleb, we have been working on this since 2007. And the biggest obstacle is the Bob Marley, not Bob Marley's children or Bob Marley or anything. It's who owns Bob Marley. That is what people need to find out now. He's not alive. But who owns his name, image, likeness, this, that? It's not his family. His family is... Chris Blackwell already sold it to some other people too. You understand? So it's just that critical analysis. It's not a blame or anything. It's just to know, and in your knowledge, what would you do? How would you act? Are you joining a train, or are you going to work to, balance the equity in all of this? You understand? So that's my critical analysis. It is what it is, but right now we're just fertilizer for global industry that is sucking out our energy. And these people don't even know that they are doing anything wrong. The African designer at Louis Vuitton did not know, because the fence, there's no fence. So anybody can walk in, because the Jamaican government refuses to protect, even though UNESCO, WIPO, all of these people have said, no, this belongs to the people of Jamaica. They created it down there. They should benefit. And the government of Jamaica strategically and continually refused to put the things in place to benefit our community, which would redound to our community all over the world. Because right now we are in trouble, because Africa is now taking up the music. It took it up before, but the level at which it is being taken up now is going to rival Europe, Japan, etc. So what's going to happen now? Africa is going to take up our music and our culture into our industry to not benefit us who spoke of Africa, because there's no channels or institutions to link us. So we'll be singing about repatriation, reparation, and all of these things. Africa industrially is going to take it up and then not benefit us because there's no agreement. It's foolishness. There's a flight now coming from Nigeria, Ghana to Jamaica, and they're developing these routes to benefit who? Who is going to benefit from this Jamaica, Africa thing? How are we institutionally set up to do that? Is it Red Stripe, Grace Kennedy, Digicel, and them that is going to benefit? You understand? So this is what the message is to the youth. You understand? You are now in a trap, an economic trap, the same emancipation, independence, trap of economics, where you get these things and you feel you're free and then you're not, you're trapped into the system. Rastafari culture is now a trap. You understand? And that is what the youth them need to figure into and analyze and organize themselves, like how Fidel Castro and Che Guevara, they were members of the elite. They were not street people that revolted. They were members of the elite that critically analyzed their society and said, no, this is wrong. And then they acted. I don't see nobody acting. And I don't see nobody exercising no knowledge. So that is my message on this day.
Yeah, give thanks. Give thanks. Trust me, always insight, always powerful. Empress Maxine, give thanks for coming on the reasoning.
Thank you for coming, sister. More strength.
Bless
lovely,
us.
lovely, lovely.
So I have to step off for a minute. I'm going to rejoin you guys in about half an hour.
Give her applaud, please. Give her applaud.
Salute, 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 salute.
Applaud.
Rastafari.
Give her applaud.
Give thanks, Empress. Give
Thank
thanks.
you.
Bless up, bless up.
She's
So
such
I'm going
a,
to join you forward in a few,
yeah.
right? I
Oh
just
my
have to make
God.
a move.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that, yeah. Oh God, blessing.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Ras Flacco. I know the I was in that time, 1976, when we were going through great tribulation. And I just want to give a word in terms of how you see the Rastafari influence on reggae music and, you know, with what was going on. Ras Flacco, unmute your mic. Your mic is low. Turn up your mic. We're not hearing you. Turn up the sound on your computer or your phone. Yeah, we're not hearing you, right? We need some volume. Yeah, we're not getting Ras Flacco. Work out, go and work out the mic. So Kimani, as a man that was in England at the time, having a more global perspective, how you see the influence of Rastafari and reggae music on the world country, the world culture over. I soon get to you, brother Lance. I soon get to you. Yeah, Kimani. Unmute your mic, Kimani.
Yes, I'm saying that I agree, Sister Maxine, that who is going to take up that responsibility of making sure that the communities benefit from the title used, the way the even Bob Marley is being attended at the moment, all who are benefiting from his portrayal, his performances, his acknowledgements, his influence. It should be Rastafari now picking up that mantle and carrying it forward, because he defended I and I, yeah. And he once told me that he was just a simple man and that he don't know why people are making so much fuss and fighting about what he's doing. Or he was just simple spreading the word. And that's what Bob was doing. That is what he was all about. The thing is, I have come to a corrupt Jamaican society, a corrupt Caribbean society.
Wait, Raskimani, where you say Bob Marley tell you that personally?
Yeah, what he told me, what I said to you
All right.
just now.
Me love how you just gloss over that, like Bob Marley, yeah. I love how you just run over that.
He's a simple man. He's a simple man. I mean, my name, Kimani, is given to his son, right? You have to know that. Kimani. This is the original Kimani. And Rita told him about me. And he decided to give his son, called Kaimani, that name now that he has. So yeah, he's a simple man. And what I'm saying now, that what he was doing was for the benefit of not just Rasta. You know, it was for the benefit of worldwide people. Right? Rasta just happened to be at the pivotal portion of that inheritance. Now, in terms of what Sister Maxine Stowe was saying, none of I and I, Rastafari, looked into what Bob was going through personally. Bob said to me, he said, listen, Kimani, he said, me never ask nobody to do nothing, you know. People just get up and say, you is this and you is that. Do you know what I mean? And I function like that. That's how the music carry me. That's how I deal with the music. You know, I'm not doing nothing particularly to please anyone. It's a worldwide, I'm in a worldwide field, but people don't care about me personally because I figure me have money. I'm figure me this and me that, but me show off a lot and these things like all his children and that. No, I'm not my children. My children are themselves. They do what they want to do. However, what I'm saying now is that the position is, and I should be protecting these influences that have gone on to Bob and other Jamaican artists. It's not just Bob alone. Peter did a whole heap. Peter, I'm a virgin. Peter did a whole heap. People only look at him because of the herb. You know, Jamaicans have not really taken this music business seriously, except for what it does to the individual person who perform it, or the individual who listen to it, and who make themselves well off because of it. It is a lot of work. It is a lot of influence. For instance, Peter never moved without, if he move on a show, he goes with the Prime Minister, who was Michael at the time, Michael Manley. Everywhere he goes. I happened to meet Peter twice in my life, personally, carry his guitar in Grenada and in Trinidad. And by the time I reached in England, he was gone. So we have to think about what Bob was shot in his lifetime. Peter was killed. Many artists go through similar situations. Are we looking at that? No, we don't. We don't care about the person who's going through these things. We care about that we are associated with them, or that they're doing this because they are Rastafari. We are benefiting from this thing as Rasta. We should be able to look after the ones who are involved in it. Sister Maxine so steady. She said it. Sister Maxine said it. I mean, she was there from time. You were only 1 year old, Marlon, right? So look at where she's coming from. It's bigger than I and I. It's bigger than them, right? Because what they're saying now, what Sister Maxine said now that the youth has got to do, the youth has got to realize that they are the ones to pick up the mantle and carry it forward in this time. It's nothing about reflecting on how it used to be. No, it's not like that anymore. The world has changed completely. What is your position? What am I to do now to right this wrong that has been done by Blackwell, by Whitewell, by whoever well it is that they use to do what they do? That's what we should be dealing with. Our youth should be taking up that mantle right now. And I think that the reggae industry, because they have not been paying particular attention to what influence they're spreading in the world and how to go about it properly, and the impasse that people have taken, the advantage they have taken on the people because of their knowledge or acquisition, what they're doing particularly. They have been paying a price, because what has happened now, Sister Maxine show you where the station, Bob Marley organization take it over, make a radio station out of it, right? And take away the Jamaican aspect of it. That's serious. That's a serious thing. We have to protect, and I have to protect our resources. You see, Sister Maxine knows what she's talking about because she is part of that whole consciousness fighting the government to really recognize the copyright aspect and all these memorabilia that are being used in the name of Rastafari. That is not producing any gain for the communities that support and produce these Rastafari artists and writers, whatever. The culture, the influence, she called out a few of the folklore names that have been, no one has benefited from it. And it's been used in the music, it's been used in the writings. And I have to deal with it, Marlon. That's what I'm saying now. The youth have got to see what Sister Maxine has said, go through these what we call I story within the reggae vibe, and give it more respect. The government have got to learn to appreciate their artists and where they're coming from, and their responsibility to be able to set up the young people to be able to do the thing properly. Because up to now, look at how long Bob has passed, and so certain things have not gone on from since then. So what are we doing? What are we really doing? To answer a question like that, maybe Flacco can help me, one of the other brethren who probably know a bit more.
Yeah, man. Bless up Kimani. Bless up Kimani. Give thanks for the eye testimony.
Yes.
Rastafari.
Wisely, Rastafari. Majesty supreme. Yes, I.
Ras Flacco. You
looking
wanna
well,
unmute?
Bongo Wisely. You had a good day
Respect, my
yesterday,
brother.
the day before, whatever. Yeah, everything went well. Nice to see you.
Can we hear you know, Ras Flacco?
Flacco, yeah.
No. Your mic is on. Ras Flacco, are you using a telephone or a computer? Do me a favor. You see there's a part that says chat, or it's shaped like a pencil. Go there and type what is the problem that you have. Bongo Wisely. Oh, sorry. One second, Bongo Wisely. Adiemi. Adiemi. You have your hand raised, Adiemi. Adiemi Hines, are you there?
Yeah. If you're going to take Bongo Wisely, I want to make a contribution that follows on from what Sister Maxine had to say. So you can take it after Bongo Wisely.
What you say, Adiemi? What you say, Adiemi?
I want to make a contribution which follows on from the last two contributors. But you can take Bongo Wisely first, and then I'll make a contribution.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Bongo Wisely.
You hear that?
Yeah, Bongo Wisely.
Billy, yes, I.
Yes, I.
Yeah, Marlon, yeah. What's the vibes?
Now, I was saying your contribution to the theme of Rastafari, contribution to reggae and to world culture, and especially during that time, 1976, how do you see the influence of what was happening where you were and the environment you were in?
Yes, give thanks, Rastafari. Yeah, well, in terms of the influence of reggae music, well, I must say, well, I've learned quite a lot from Sister Maxine and Kimani, what they've contributed. A lot of it is news to me, you know, because I've been so far from Jamaica, I was not really acquainted with some of what I've heard from the sister and the brethren, you know. I give thanks for that. From my little standpoint, well, it was so fortunate that I was in Jamaica between 1974 to 77 as a student, you know, at the Jamaica School of Agriculture. And it was during that time I met with Bob at a 12 tribe session at the University of the West Indies. And I met him there. And also I was able to take part in the peace conference. That's the conference where before he got shot, yeah, I was able to attend that ceremony. But in terms of reggae music, well, from St. Lucia's standpoint, well, at the time, reggae music started influencing St. Lucia, I would say in the early 70s, you know, with the Wailers, Burning Spear, Toots and the Metals, you know, Jimmy Cliff, them artists there, you know, and reggae music at the time, it carried a message, and the message of Rastafari, the love of Rastafari, the culture of Rastafari. And that is what really drew I and I to reggae music at the time, you know. But then over the years, we've realized that there's been a shift in terms of the content of the reggae music. In the earlys, the message was there, and the message was straight and clear, loud and clear, you know. But then I guess from the time of the arrival of people like Yellow Man and them kind of thing, you find it started going downhill with the slackness and all them things started coming over. So that now caused a lot of us to kind of move away from the whole reggae music vibe, you know. And even some of the Nyabingi elders at the time, because I started visiting Jamaica after I left as a student. I returned in 1983 at the Rastafari, the Rita conference. And from there, you know, we heard, well, a lot of the elders used to put fire on reggae music. And it really had us wondering what really was going on. Because even in 1986, when the Sons of Thunder visited St. Lucia, and the elder man Ras Bonages started burning fire on reggae music is devil music and all, you know, them kind of thing. It had a lot of us kind of disoriented. We don't know what, because we're seeing how reggae music bring us to Rastafari. And now we're hearing from the elders that as the reggae music is devil music, you know. Some of us, it kind of jolted plenty of I and I, you know. But some of us, but then I now, as a youth at that time, I used to go to Jamaica regular. Then I come to realize that probably there seemed to have been either personality conflict, you know, which really caused that barrier between some of the elders and the reggae artists, you know. So over the years, I kind of overcome that and was able to realize, well, nah, man, I cannot just put fire on reggae music just so, you know. I mean, we've seen artists come and slander the industry with all kind of slackness and so on, you know, which kind of bring down the influence of Rastafari. But I must say, well, reggae music has done a lot in terms of spreading the message of Rastafari on the global stage. Some people may say, well, it did that without any moral standings, you know, because you would have the slackness come in, you'd have the consciousness come in, and, you know, all of them kind of mix up together, you know, and so on. But reggae music, from what I've learned even this morning there, this day, reggae music is a music, it's African people's music. It's our music. It's something that we need to embrace and cherish. But then in terms of the control, I guess that we have no control because the promoters, because I've heard plenty artists complain, well, how by their intention was more on a conscious level, but the promoter would influence them to take a different route for the sake of probably sales of the music and things of that sort. So it kind of is a mixed bag of different things, but we cannot deny the fact that reggae music has played an influential role in spreading the message of Rastafari. And for that, we must give thanks. Rastafari.
Sila.
Bless up.
Yes, I give thanks, Bongo Wisely. Great mention. I never even know so the I and Kimani even meet Bob Marley and reason with the great man. I never even know that. You see me? Yeah, man, we give thanks for the item, share the item experience with Bob himself and the testimony. Brother, Adi, hear me? Brother, Adi,
Yeah,
hear me?
yeah, give thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Just I want to share and contribute to some of the things that's already been said. I would like to do it in a slightly different way. First, I would like to think about some of the good memories I have of Bob and the situation. I think I first met Bob, not meet him, but he bursted. I worked for Children Records back in London from about 1967 to about 1974. So he actually came into the office. He was with Children Records at the time. He came into my boss's office to cuss him really about royalties. That would have been the first time I actually met him. And Tough Gun could cuss. And while he's cussing my boss's office, I was just smiling internally to myself in terms of my boss getting the cussing. So my other memories is seeing the Wailers in a small town in Hertfordshire. Back in, I think that might have been on the ill-fated tour with Chris Blackwell. 100 people in the venue, Bunny, Peter and Bob. I was just walking by, looking for something to do on Friday night, and I heard the Nyabinge drums. And I walked in, and it was the Wailers. 100 people in the venue, magical. Never forget it. I have two similar experiences at the live show at the Strand. Again, I just walked in a door and had front of stage at the recording of the live album. As well as many performances around at Finsbury Park at the Rainbow. All those times were magical. Now, one of the issues that goes back to that Sister Maxine raised was about ownership. Now, for a long time, back as early as 1973, we had a meeting with at Supertone Records in Brixton around this whole influence of the Jamaican government actually putting something in place. So this was 1973, and this is 2021, and we're still talking about the Jamaican government putting things in place. I had two more major meetings in the 90s. I took part in the Reggae Ambassadors Worldwide Conference, a couple in the States, one in London. Those conferences influenced people like Bunny Ruggs to set up a similar situation in Jamaica. Still, the same things came out of those meetings. And still, we're here today, 2021, talking about putting things in place to protect the culture. No, they say a nation perished because of lack of vision. We have people who are running the system with a lack of vision. They don't seem to understand the full worth of what is happening. Now, I've toured bands all over Europe. I've sent bands to Japan, Saudi Arabia, and some top reggae bands and top reggae artists too. I bought about 30 artists here in Trinidad, Big Youth, Mighty Diamonds, etc. One of the things I've noticed in particular, like going around Europe, and again, Sister Maxine is very correct. A lot of these places, I've been to Denmark and Spain in front of 20,000 crowd, where we're the only Africans in the crowd. Now, in some of these same places, at the time, so for example, in Denmark, we were picked up in a big red, gold, and green bus. There was some man with some locks down to their ankles, all Danish. And they have shown a love for the music that some of us haven't shown. And they've taken it on. They've taken on the influence. They've taken on the liberty. And some of us have run away from it. You know, so all these things we have not been observing. I've observed them because I've been on these tours. I've been there. I've been able to see these things. So again, going back to everything that we're talking about, you know, we in ourselves have failed to make the most of the benefits and the influence. And finally, I'll say this. During the late 60s, 70s, when as African youth, we were searching for identity. It was the Rastafari movement that many of us gravitated to. And we had some very wise elders who guided and nurtured this through the situation. And today we continue to try to do that. But because of lack of infrastructure, because of lack of unity, we do it on an individual basis and not a collective basis. And that to me needs addressing desperately. Give thanks, Rastafari.
Yes, I give thanks. Adiemi, more life, Rastafari. Give thanks for the high testimony. You know, they witness great things on earth, and have done great things on earth in the music and the culture, and we do give thanks. Yeah, Ras Flacco, I think you have the phone ready now.
Yeah, you hear me good?
Ah, Ja. Yeah, man, we live it out. Ethiopians live it out, my brother. Give thanks.
Yeah,
Yeah, man. Yes.
Yes, I. Yeah, you hear me good? Yeah, give thanks for the occasion to speak, you know? I man look on it different ways as a youth trading up with 12 tribe and Bobo Shanti and even Bingi and other Asian in this time. But the thing is that the many mansions of Rastafari have different views on reggae music. And that might be a difficulty going forward. And the question is, who own the rights to reggae? We know that the reggae come out of the Bingi. The Bingi is within the mansion of Rastafari. Is the big difference between Bingi and Bobo Shanti and 12 when it comes to policy making. What we're looking at, what Sister Maxine says is very good and important, I know too. But who will lobby with the Jamaican government now to secure reggae music or percentage of reggae music that Rastafari can get a benefit? I think that's where we should have a conversation. But the Marley family have rights to their fathers and ancestors. Each reggae artist have rights to their own music. Will they give a percentage of their rights to the Rastafari collective or the Naibingi House of Bobo Shanti? One at a time we had started Operation Reggae Funding, and the producers of reggae, artist producers, say they are not willing to give up any money. It's only the artists can. We realize that the Naibingi House is a foundation, yes, but the Naibingi House have internal problems and they are not moving forward when it comes to policies. What we are saying, if the intellectual side of Rastafari is not moving forward, how can those who are unintellectual go forward. There are other chants of Bob Marley that I gravitate as a youth, you know. I feel like bombing a church because I know that preacher is lying. It was not only war, but when you analyze war, it shows you, but the word war, you know, is dispute, you know. It can lead to death and violence and disruptions because the word war is not a peaceful word when spoken of. So when you look on war, analyze war, we could say there are many hypocrites, you know, within the movement. There are many crazy ballets within the movement, same way. There are many vampires in the reggae music. But Bob said none of my generation, a sibling will suffer. You see, he says that also. So Bob is a real prophet in his own right. But how can the collective now benefit? What is the Rastafari Cargan Benevolent Society doing? What are these mansions of Rastafari doing? What is the Millennium Council doing in this aspect? What are the legal council of Rastafari doing to lobby with the Marley Foundation, you know? Because all we are saying, most of a legal form now. Way to go forward in all these matters. Why are these so abundant of pirates sucking the blood of the sufferer? All these things we look at. The conversation have to be on pen, lobbying to Parliament, overseas. What is Marcus Goff doing as a copyright intellectual? Can we present something on his desk? All those things we have to analyze. Because as Sister Maxine said, we are losing grip with the music. The little man who is making music, what can he do? He can write, he can sing. Now we're looking and we are in a pandemic, a global situation. Nobody making any money, but the multinationals who use reggae for profit making all the money. What can we do to stop them? So Bob already spoken, you know. The challenges for the youth. What can the youth do without education? What can the youth do without knowing their rights? Who will educate the youths on their rights? All of this we have to take into account. So let us have a seminar, a forum. Let us have Tough Gang presenting themselves and all music producers presenting themselves so we can have a way forward. And government representative, can we table something to government to act on behalf of Rastafari who produce reggae so that benefits will come to them? Because the exploitation.
Yeah, not to interrupt you, right? But in dealing with the Marlies, right? Them deal with them lawyers. You understand?
Yeah.
So it's not going to be a meeting with any Marlies around now. It's going to be lawyers because remember, many of them are defend for them IP rights, you know.
Yes.
Economics. Some of us want to highlight that. What Maxine was speaking about early, even in terms of IP rights and Louis Vuitton, it does not exclude the Rastafari community in terms of benefit sharing, right?
Mm-hmm.
That term that I just used, benefit sharing, is Sheem you learn that term from. You understand?
Okay.
Because that is what this is all about. Everything that has been happening in terms of the globalization of Rastafari and the culture and entities taking advantage of it economically through finance and things like that, capitalism, right? Here's an aspect fire where the Jamaican government do need to represent both the Rastafari community and the Jamaican government in protecting our IP rights from the US, North America, Europe, China. China is the most, you know. China is the most. China is the most because they produce the most red, gold, and green and Rastafari things. They produce the most, so it's more visible. You understand? And the more prevalent in terms of the IP rights when them violate. So it's really government and lawyers. Even the Rastafari community has to have its lawyers on board. You understand? So it's a lawyer thing for you.
Right. I'm aware of that. So which law or group of lawyers or company of lawyers can we use then to address this matter on our behalf with government?
That's research. Such lawyers can be sourced internationally, globally. You understand? Because and where them don't have our local jurisdiction, we have our local lawyers at that point.
How soon can we start then, Rascalib? How soon can we start?
The community. Speak with Maxine Store, the Rastafari Millennium Council employ Maxine Store, you know, to deal with IP rights, you know. So Rastafari IP rights has been on high on the agenda since '07. It's a serious thing.
I'm aware,
Yeah,
but
wait, Ras Caleb. Can you make Ras Flacco finish? Make we just close out this section so we can get onto the Ethiopian sister.
Yeah, man, me just want to show him and I'm Irish the way forward. There's no meeting with the Marley family. They're going to send their representatives. Everybody have to send them representatives. The Millennium Council has documentation, documents, memorandums of understanding with UE on IP rights. Rastafari Studies Center, for example, Rastafari Studies studies. You understand? And also MOUs with the Jamaican government in terms of IP rights. So at the RMC, a Max store.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Conversation with a little bit more guidance and
Yes, sir.
see how we can apprehend this matter. You understand? We not forget
Yes, sir.
about it. We know what we need to do. It's just to get it done.
All right. Yes, I. Ras Flacco.
yes, I.
Trot forward.
So I'm fully aware of the Millennium Council. I've been first secretary of the Ethio Diaspora Millennium Council. Okay, the all mansions then. I was first secretary before the Ethio Diaspora Millennium Council came in. I'm feeling familiar with that. But what we are saying, since it's Rastafari Millennium Council now, Sister Maxine Stowe and group have to take the initiative then on the collective behalf.
Yeah, Ras Flacco, for ones that don't know, could you give me a little background on the Millennium Council and where we're at in terms of representation of the, all mansions?
Oh man. Okay. The Millennium Council may prepare a 10-year report. And Rascal is aware of that. That 10-year report needs to be read in the presence of the full House and Mansion. Maybe there's findings in there that we could go forward. I'm not sure. But we need to have a meet, the Millennium Council need to meet with the Baba Shanti 12 tribe and the Bingi going forward so we can have a one voice or their authorization from this House and Mansion to go forward. I think that would be the best way instead of the uncertainty of who will rebut their going forward. So it comes back to the Millennium Council administration, the Rastafari Millennium Council administration, how much they lobby with the other House and Mansion going forward on this important matter. So Sister Maxine needs to address that or send a letter to the Nyabingi and also the 12 tribe and also the Baba Shanti so we can have a collective view going forward on these important IP matters. I think so.
Yes, Ras Flacco, I don't know if you could get a collect to Caleb that report, that 10-year report, so that we can review it and even have it. We're gonna have another Zoom next month, and we can use that Zoom to now kind of go through the report and see what has been happening, that ones in different parts of the world can know what is happening with the All Mansions organization and disseminate that information to other people throughout the world. As you can see right now, there's like 4 countries or 5 countries represented right now on this Zoom. So if you can get the report to Caleb, that we can Ras Caleb.
Greetings.
Yeah, I was telling Ras Flacco if you could get that 10-year report from the Millennium Council to you, that we can for next month have a Zoom where we're looking through it and disseminate the information to ones and ones around the world. For it is a multi-house report, So yeah, go through Ras Flacco, continue.
Yeah, so I think that report would be good. I think maybe Rascal could get it from Sister Maxine also, although I have a copy on my hard drive, so I could still send it to him. That's a report that we could analyze properly, and it should cover most of the questions that we would ask. Then we could then speak to Sister Maxine frankly, or also the report she could Have a raise with all Nyabingi, 12 tribe and Baba Shanti and see how best we could go forward with copyrights now. Because we know that Baba Shanti don't like reggae. Nyabingi have a different opinion about reggae. 12 tribes is a reggae family same way. So sometimes you need a collective to move, or we step out independently. Because since is Rastafari Millennium Council and all of I is Rastafari, it must be represented properly, I think. Give thanks.
Yes, I. Brother Lance, briefly before we go into the Empress from Ethiopia, you had a feedback from Maxine. Brother Lance, you there? Brother Lance? Unmute, Brother Lance. Can you hear me, Brother Lance?
Blessed Rastafari.
Yes, I.
Isis.
Yeah, man, where you zooming from?
I'm zooming from Jamaica, Portmore, St. Catherine.
Yeah, man.
Plastic.
Want to your video there?
You know, see I.
No, man, me not see you good. Turn on your camera.
All on fire. No, man. Different.
You link up with Iwin?
No.
Me talk to Iwin yesterday, so me check say he must send forward representation.
Yeah, no, I say a good one. Look like my camera now.
No, man, no problem. So,
Yeah.
it's staying at Portmore there now?
You know, I say kind of sunny, nice. No boss.
No shot, no fire. That is a good day.
Yeah, I know. You know, one of first neither.
All right then. Yeah, man, give thanks. What the I name?
Tyrone.
All right. Bless up. You listen to reasoning?
Yeah, man, a Bongo Benji data, you know?
Ah, Rastafari, Selassie. Give thanks. So, yeah, Sistrin Mallet Ayele, are you there? Mallet, are you there? Brother Lance.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, quickly.
Right, yes.
Give us some feedback before Mallet start. Give a quick feedback on what you're saying about Maxine, because the Empress she's gonna tell us what's happening in Ethiopia. So give us a quick feedback.
Okay, very quickly. So what the point Sister Maxine made was that the government of Jamaica has not fulfilled its responsibility towards us regarding our cultural and economic rights, you see. So the essence of it is that the Empress speech to the United Nations led to the declaration of the Human Rights Defenders Resolution in 1994. And with that, the government of Jamaica enacted on that on the 4th of April 2011, that we now have in Jamaica the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom. And under that charter, they are obligated to protect and promote our fundamental rights and freedom, including economic rights and cultural rights. And I'm saying that we can to address the point that she made in regards to the appropriation of our symbols and demand economic reparation of what they've done or not done. So I'm just saying that the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom, the opportunity to challenge the government to fulfill its obligations towards us, and we control. So I'm proposing to hold that topic, hold the government to account for regarding the obligation.
Yes, I. Good point.
So I propose.
Very good point, Brother Lance. Very good point. It definitely is related to the fundamental rights of the people, and the protection should be given by the government of our fundamental rights, of our culture. And they have not been representing the people, and they have been negligent in the collection of our copyright resources. That is absolutely right, Brother Lance. And the point is very fundamental to what we're talking about. So give thanks for that point, Brother Lance. Yeah, give thanks to that point, Brother Lance. Your phone is going in and out. So we're gonna make Sister Malet Ayele give us a synopsis on what is happening in Ethiopia, because we're hearing some things on the news and we want some clarity. Malet, are you there?
Okay, let me just unmute.
Yeah, am I pronouncing your name right?
Yeah, it's good. Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Okay, can I be allowed to share a screen? Can you allow me?
Yeah, I haven't done that before, but let me try. I think there is a way here.
Yeah.
That it can be done. Are you getting it?
Let me see. Okay.
Have you seen it?
Can you see now my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Good. So I will first of all thank you for the opportunity, and I hope you will get also the other side of the story from other participants if they are here. I will try to give you a little I want to give you a background to what's happening before what happens, the Tigray crisis. I think that you want to know. So here is the thing. Second, let me yeah, so 3 years ago, from now, before 3 years, the current prime minister, he came to power. And so how he came to power is by a popular uprising, mainly led by, the Keros, which means young people, specifically the young men who are unmarried, they are called Keros, by their protest, and also joined by other young people from different regions like the Amhara, the Southern Nation. That's how he came to power in March 2019, I think, or 2018. Then what did he do after he came? So he initiated. He was really he's a reformist, or the country has gone really through a thorough surgery, if you'd like to say. So initiated significant political and legal changes to transform the authoritarian political culture of the country. He also called for cooperation of different parties who were in exile in different parts of the world, mainly in the US and in Europe, who actually ran away from the previous government, the EPRDF, and who exiled because they were jailed and they were also labeled as terrorist organizations. So he invited all and he made them legal. And then the legislation of opposition political parties in the country for them to register and operate as a legal opposition party in the country. Also liberalizing the media, and then having a peace with Eritrea, which he got the Nobel Peace Prize in 2019, and then also mending relations with neighboring countries like the Somaliland, Somalia, Sudan. He also did a peace agreement between Sudan. He actually saved the country from going to a civil war. Then also he broadened the economic dynamics. He opened big government companies like the telecom and also the airlines, for the investors to buy a share, both for local people, for Ethiopians, and then outsiders. And then also the justice reforms. He made 15% of his cabinet to be women. And here's the one you see here, for example, Burtukan Mideksa. She's current head of the National Electoral Board. Ethiopia is going to have in few months, actually in May 2021, its election. And then this one is also the head of the justice, and this one is the head of the telecom. And also really like installing a real human rights institution that's independent of the government, which actually now accusing the government publicly, and nothing is happening to them. And also upgrading with foreign powers, meaning the country's relation with a foreign power. Now, let's see TPLF, which is the part, TPLF is the former ruling party before Abiy Ahmed came to power, was EPRDF, the Ethiopian People's Republic of Democratic, how do you say, the Ethiopian Federal Democratic Republic of, I don't know, okay, anyway, EPRDF. So TPLF was one of them. So it's like an ethnic group it has under it 4 major ethnic groups. So TPLF from the northern part was one of this ruling party, and who has also a strong economic and political hold in this ruling party. So when Abiy came to power, what happened is from day one, they all went to like kind of segregate themselves to the northern part, and they have been accusing the federal government led by this current prime minister, and also allegedly also the government put forward some evidences supported armed groups like OLF and OLF Shani, and then engaging in terrorist actions, while in these past 3 years the country has been going through different violent actions in various parts of the country. Questionably, Tigray, or this northern part, has been free, like exempted from it. So that was kind of questionable. And also the government said that they have put some people of the TPLF party, from members of the TPLF party in jail, accusing them for their involvement in such action. And also what the TPLF did is distributing counterfeit money and undermined government, anti-COVID, the COVID-19 measurements. And in fact, while the election was supposed to be last year in August 2020, but the government postponed it because of the COVID-19 measure. But regardless of that, the TPLF did its own election in Tigray, ignoring the government, what they put as a law, that no election has to be made. So basically, TPLF was acting as a state inside a sovereign state. Then the response of the federal government in the midst of all these things was that they ignored their insults, unreasonable reproaches, retained many of Tigrayan members of federal army until this current conflict happened, and also the refusal of joining the government. Now the current government has dismantled the previous ruling party, which is EPRDF, and created a new ruling party, which is the Prosperity Party, or known as PP, which is not made up of, which is free from ethnicity. Remained also constructive about Tigray, regardless of all the negative comments coming out from the region, and always was careful in putting a line between the TPLF leaders and the Tigray people. He always has said that the Tigray people still don't have enough water to drink. They still go kilometers and kilometers to fetch water. They still live under a food ratio. So he always made that really clear whenever he has an interview or a parliament session, and also stimulated investment like any other region in the country, also in Tigray region. But all this was only until that red line, as quoted by the government, was crossed, which brings us what led to the Tigray crisis. So what happened is on the 4th of November night, TPLF attacked the Ethiopian National Defense Force, which it's called the North Commandment Force. And that force was there for 20 years, ever since Ethiopia and Eritrea has had a conflict, or a war, actually, if you remember, in the 1998. So that Northern Commandment Force was there to guard the border of Tigray, to guard the people of Tigray. It was a commandment force that has been married with the Tigrayan people, which has built schools for Tigray, because most of the time after a peace, the war was over with Eritrea, mostly, I mean, they don't have nothing to do, so they help the farmers to harvest, they help the farmers to sow, to farm the land. So they were attacked on the November, I mean, the conflict between the federal government and TPLF was inevitable, but it was, because they have been preparing for war. And from, like, as I said, they have been acting a state within a state. So they do this military show 3-4 times. They have done it. So one can get it that, okay, when it's going to happen, and they have been preparing for this war. So what they did was, on that night, they attacked this National Defense Force, and as the Prime Minister said it, so now the red line has been crossed. So the ENDF, which means the Ethiopian National Defense Force, attacked back, and the war took, basically, the government calls it the law enforcement operation, and it took three weeks, basically 2 weeks, but the 1 week was extended for 72 hours in different times for them to surrender, which they didn't, and so the war had to continue. However, what happened, there was sabotage and deliberate lack of cooperation from the government, and in fact many in the country were also accused. You have to know that the other regional governments inside were accusing Prime Minister Abiy why he is not taking action on the TPLF leaders while they are behind all the violent actions in Harar, in Oromia, like the western part, in Amhara, in Benishangul, where we are having a border with Sudan. In all those regions, there's a violent, and they were behind it. They were fine because economically they were very strong, so they have a lot of money and they were financing it. So he actually lost his support from locally, because he was not taking most of even the political people, the one who are at the top were discontested. He lost actually his support because he was not taking action. But anyway, on that night, that happened, a premeditated attack by TPLF on the national force, which, by the way, many were saying, okay, like, how do we know this? How do we prove this? So a top TPLF leader came out on media and stated the conflict or this premeditated attack on the national force as giving a justification of the Israel. If you are familiar with the Israel history, the 6 days war that they have with the Arab world, specifically with Egypt, it was a premeditated attack. What happened? So they were taking that example, and they are taking themselves as a small state surrounded by enemy. So they said all we have to do is a premeditated attack to save ourselves. This is what a top TPLF official said. It's all on media. He said it on Al Jazeera. He said it on other local medias. So during the war, the conflict was, of course, labeled as ethnic, as like an ethnic conflict, but it wasn't. I mean, you really one has to make a difference that people, there was never a conflict between people. the conflict is always between the political parties. People will always live together. They know how to live together. So it was labeled by the TPLF propagandists. It was labeled as ethnic conflict. And also the TPLF tried to regionalize the conflict by sending rockets to Amhara region and also sending a rocket to as far as Asmara to Eritrea, so that their aim, when they know that they were losing, that the ENDF from defending itself, now that turned to attacking and become controlling most of the states of the cities in Tigray. Now what they were trying towards the end of the war was to regionalize the conflict so that an international organization can come and intervene in the country. So next is with what are the consequences? I try, as you can see here, you see this road that is, you look how it is damaged. This is the airport in Aksum. And of course, there are internally displaced people, and also people are displaced more than 60,000 or around 60,000 people are found who are displaced from Tigray, now found in the Sudan refugee camp. And also more people are now starving, meaning they are now in need. But don't forget that this is what the international media is talking. I will come I will come with that later, but just the 700,000 more people in Tigray are in need for food. But already Tigray, the population of Tigray is estimated to be around 6 million. Out of it, 1.8 million of the Tigrayan people have always been dependent on food ration, have always been dependent. You can see that the greediness of while they had a strong economical power, while they were in the ruling party, they really didn't care actually to fix that. So still close to 2 million people were depending on aid. But now you will see this, the international organizations are talking, the so-called quote unquote international organization are saying 4.5 million. That means like almost 90% of the Tigray people are starving, which is really not true. So the impacts of the war like on the current reform or on the Prime Minister Abiy government is, of course, it slowed down the reform rate it's not as fast as it has been in the first year and a half. Multiple violent incidents here and there. There is an economic setback, of course. Also, there is a corona pandemic. Donors are you might have been hearing this from different international organizations on the news. Donors are banning, their financial donation. You have the US, the Trump administration did that. The European Union did that. East African, also we had this problem of the locust plague, and also the high demand from the people, the Ethiopian people, to have a change all in one go, while the government is deeply immersed in fixing what has been already destroyed in the past 3 decades, because people are now the older generation, who is relatively inclusive and accommodative and, who believes in the unity of the country is dying out. For the past 30 years, ethnicity has been implanted in the people's mind. People have poison. I have a younger sister who really don't know anything but like regional politics or ethnicity, unless you live in Addis Ababa, in the capital city, because people come from every part of the country. There you find like kind of a little Ethiopia, but if you go outside of Addis, you will notice the pressure and the tension. So Abiy cannot, the current government cannot, I'm not pro Abiy, I'm not pro anyone. I am pro Ethiopia. I want as much as, or as long as the one sitting in palace bring us, dismantle this ethnicity or ethnic federalism and bring the name Ethiopia, the unity of the people forward, I am for that. So don't get me wrong, I'm not pro of anyone, but I know that what has been done by the TPLF-led party in the past 3 decades. So he is harvesting that damage already, and he cannot do all the corrections or all the right things in one night. And also, people have this ethnic right of model, which is in the constitution. That's why now many commentators in the country, the political commentators, say, unless this constitution in the 1995, which puts forward the ethnic federalism, is dismantled, that the country will not get a peace. So people think their ethnic right is above human rights. So the post-conflict, what happened in Tigray? Okay, now the government on 30th of November, they had a parliament session and they said they finished the war. What happened? I'm talking now this regard, the international media, of course, says a different thing, but this is what's happening. I am also out of Ethiopia, don't get me wrong, but I have sources for all this, what now I'm going to talk about, the updates in Tigray. 85% of Tigray currently is accessible for humanitarian organization to deliver aid for those in need. It's also open for humanitarian work for emergency coordination in levels of regional, zonal, and Warada. Warada is now in Ethiopia the smallest government administration unit, where TPLF militia is disrupting humanitarian work. Military escort is helping as the right measures and the last resort to get access, to reach those in need. Ethiopian government and its partners are working closely based on the agreement which was signed on November 19, and then in Tigray emergency coordination. Now that there is a government, a new government, of course, it is the Prosperity Party, the one led by the current Prime Minister, set up that Tigray administration. It's not something that they came to power in Tigray by election. So that by itself is could be one problem, because they really have to go through election and get the support of the Tigrayan people. But for now, it's like a transitional regional government is set up. So in Tigray, UNICEF and other nutrition cluster members have heavily engaged in supplying different medicals and food, also for those under 5, whatever they're lacking, for women, pregnant women. Also upcoming for Tigray, this is what they say in their plan. It's not yet done, but they say the government is striving for 69,000 metric tons of grains or wheat is expected to be transported from the port of Djibouti for productive safety net programs. Also currently 300,000 quintals of food was distributed, which covers more than 1.6 million beneficiaries. And also school are scheduled to resume in the next few days. And I don't know if you have noticed in previous my slides, you would see that children as low as 14 years old were recruited in the army of TPLF. So the government is also working, rehabilitating those and putting them back to normalize their lifestyle. In all this now, you all, being outside, of course, you will notice the role of the international media, which is really crazy. the international, always when I say international, I put it in quote. Who is international anyway? Does it include Ethiopia? Does it include Africa? Does it include the eastern part? Does it include the southern part of the world? No, it's always the western. So international actually should be equated the western part of the world. So the international news media, which is usually silent, you know, on incidents that are happening in Ethiopia, have been noisy, if you have seen, in the past 3 years, and that by itself is puzzling. You know, they're always ignorant of what's happening in the country, but now all of a sudden, for example, before this conflict, for the past 1 year, we have been going through with on media war with Egypt, because we are building the Great Ethiopian Renaissance Dam that actually benefits not only Ethiopia but the whole region. So they have been noisy about that, and now with the Tigray conflict, so this is like a hypocrisy. It's a hypocrite support of donors, you know, for the past 30 years, you know, for the so-called that Ethiopia is growing economically with 2 digits, and then, you know, as long as you are you keep stable the region, the Horn of Africa, then we give we support you. But all of a sudden, when we try to do something, Ethiopia tried to do something by itself, they are noisy. And also they didn't criticize the regime, the past regime, which was actually busy dismantling the socio-cultural harmony, human rights, and political consensus. There were many political parties that exiled the country and were living in Europe and also in America, but nobody was criticizing when the regime before Abiy. But now Abiy did all those reforms, but still, just because of this northern conflict, which wasn't, he didn't start it, and they themselves have admitted that. So they are noisy and accusing Ethiopia and putting, you know, all predicting all crisis in the region, and then also they failed to condemn the prehistory of the conflict. You have the UN agencies also who are doing that. The untrue, basically, this false information not only endangering Ethiopia, but also it's endangering the whole of Horn of Africa. You have international media like BBC, Algeria, all these it's a British-led organization, by the way, in the media. You will never see anything good about Ethiopia if you just turn to the page. Besides that, you have NGOs who are belonging to donor countries, the social media. There is also the TPLF international lobbyists. Also, if this one is the political arena of currently in Ethiopia, maybe it will help you. There is a Prosperity Party, which is a ruling party now. There is the ethno-regional activists or political parties. There is also a social media propaganda and narratives, which has a huge influence in the country. This is what I think, a way forward. For Ethiopia, for the part of the Ethiopian government, to install a credible government and government in Tigray itself, and gain more support among the Tigrayan people. And also, although Eritrea declared its support for Ethiopia publicly, the PM, the current prime minister, should not allow massive support from Eritrea, because this is declared as an absolute internal affair and a law enforcement and order operation. Also institutionalized dialogue between the political parties. Otherwise, it's like what Teddy Afro said, you know, if we the people don't see those political parties hand in hand, if they're attacking each other, then how do we believe that they're not gonna make us attack each other? So that's really important. The so-called, for the international government, this is the way to go. The so-called international government have to respect and operate by the law of the federal government of Ethiopia. Ethiopia is a sovereign state. It's not a banana republic that they can come and tell the government what to do. And also no international organization should be allowed without having a memorandum of understanding and a code of conduct with the Ethiopian government. We all know that what the aid, these are lords of poverty. They are cashing out of crisis by creating actually crisis where there's no, they don't like it when it is peaceful. They don't like it when there's a leader that's liked by the mass of the people. So these are who are cashing out of crisis. So they should operate by the law and by the code of the conduct that the Ethiopian government put in place. So, and at the end, all I want to say is, no matter what, Ethiopia prevails. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, sis. Thank you. Thank you, Mallet.
Yes, Empress Mallet. Empress Walete Georges, it sounds like you want to give the vote of thanks.
Yes, thank you. Greetings to the house. Mallet Yele, give thanks for that presentation. A lot of the information that you provided has been in the public domain, but I think in your summing up, you hit the nail on the head in that there are players, and I think Ethiopia needs to ask itself, what is brought this division from the international perspective? I have my own observation. I think it's all around the dam, and Egypt and the UK and the US, they're all allies. I think that is your biggest problem, and this is why you have the Tigrayan leadership. They will just play them, to be quite honest. But the West has got a different motivation completely. But as a Rastafarian and the Rastafarian community worldwide, support Ethiopia and the current administration, and we just pray that Ethiopia does not go to war. You know, that is what we don't want from we, the diaspora in the West. You know, another thing that went through my thoughts when you were given the presentation, I'm familiar with the situation politically in Ethiopia since 1991. And my observation, there has been, you know, undercurrents from the various, be Eritrean, Tigrayans, Oromos, but Ethiopia has lived with it. So one of the things I'm going to throw out here is Ethiopia is a kingdom. Would the restoration of the Solomonic dynasty be able to bring about some form of uniting the country? I thank you, but that's what I wanted to throw out. Can't hear you.
Yeah. Well, give thanks for that. Sister Mallet, did you hear the question that Sister Walete asked? Unmute your mic. Unmute your mic.
I understood it as a comment. Was there a question? Maybe I missed. You can repeat if it was a question. I thought it's just a comment.
Yes, I commented, but I did ask a question in that looking at the issues among the political groups within Ethiopia, especially now in the last 3 years, we've got a new government because the country since 1991 has been led by coalition in some respect, if that's the right word.
Yeah.
But my question is, would the restoration of a constitutional Solomonic lineage, would that have any impact on the current situation in uniting the country?
Who? My answer, look, we
a
cannot
big question. That is a big question.
That will be like a leapfrog, but you know, look at us. We can't even live in this modern politics by not, you know, by not. We always bring this ethnicity in front. We kind of lost that harmony, living together. Now imagine that, bringing that. It's a process. There should be a healing. You know, first we really have to believe that this constitution of ethnic federalism has to be dismantled for once and for all. Then we can talk about it, because it will entail its own questions. Everyone, you know, that's also connected. I mean, it's not a secret that the Oromo people see this Solomonic dynasty as it only belonged to the Amhara people, you know. It's that much they are blind, forgetting that Haile Selassie was actually who came, the emperor, the last emperor he came from the Oromo mother and Oromo father, and they don't even want to admit that. This much they are blind. It just, you know, it just boils me how they try to play that in the name of ethnicity. And most of the right hand of those emperors were Oromos. Most of the warriors were Oromos. Go and read the history, but they are engaged in rewriting the history, which is really dangerous. They are telling us Ethiopia don't have more than 100 years of history. What do you say that now? You know, they link it with they try to link it. If you put now this the restoration of the Solomonic dynasty, then they will link it also with religion. You know, that it's Christian, and then now most of the population Islam is as much as Christian. They try to do everything not to make it work to have a unified Ethiopia. So once Ethiopia, I mean, but that does not deny or reject. There are people who support it. You will see that flags whenever there is something. For example, when we have the great run in the country, whenever they get a little chance, people will always come with that flag of the Lion of Judah. It's for them, forget the other part of, you know, being that it's a lineage of some. It's a representation of a unified and a powerful Ethiopia. So whenever they want to be against the government, they come with that flag. If the police don't chase them and take it away from them. When I went for my research 3 years ago I did a research on the Rastafari in Ethiopia, challenges and the paradoxes of belonging. So I did participate in the Great Run, and imagine we were buying a band for our hands with a, you know, green, gold, and green handband, and then there's a Lion of Judah on it, and the police was taking it from us. And I mean, you may have heard also currently, because of this, you know, after the killing of Hachalu Hundessa, this famous singer from Oromo, in last June, conflicts have intensified, and people in Shashamane, the Rasta people, I'm constantly in contact with them. Some of them are selling their land and moving to Bahir Dar in Amhara, going to the capital city, to Addis Ababa. They cannot wear their red and gold and green hat anymore. They are tortured, you know? So it will be, I think we need, you know, again, to answer your question, it should be a step by step. Then you don't even have to tell the people, oh, okay, we're gonna restore it. We're gonna restore this Solomonic dynasty on you. We're gonna bring this kind of ruling. No, people by themselves, once we have that love, that I can live freely in Tigray or in the southern nation or any, once we have that kind of unity, people will claim it, you know, you don't need to enforce it. So it will be a huge, you know, to jump, like there's 1, 2, and then to go to 10. Let's put that as an ultimate goal, but there's a lot of processes that we have to go through. There should be a healing. We all are wounded. It's crazy what's going on, you know. It's very, very sad. In
Reconciliation.
fact, yeah.
Reconciliation.
Yeah.
I just wanna kind of update. There was a brethren that is living in Shashamane that was supposed to actually come on the Zoom today. I don't know if he was able to because of the internet, but talking to him yesterday, he told me that the vibes in Shashamane has calmed down, and the political vibes that was happening in Shashamane. I don't know if you know Sydney Salmon.
Yeah.
Yes, I was speaking with him yesterday, and he went back to Shashamane this morning, and yeah, he told me that the vibes is calmed down. There has been some people who have left, and there was even some problems in Bahadar. Yeah, the people that was in Bahadar also, there were some incidents in Bahadar. So it's like you can't even go anywhere. I was also in Ethiopia in 2017. I was in Aksum, and I went to the church. And so I have some questions, obviously, because the presentation is so in-depth and so important. But I want to ask ones and ones first if they have any. So Livy Culture, do you have a question for the sister? You have been the first person to come on the Zoom, and you have been silent. You have any questions or comments for the sister? Livy? Livy Culture, are you there?
Can you hear me, brethren?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Respect, yeah. I'm familiar with this sister's work. I've been watching her work. I think she did a documentary on Shashamane. But yeah, she's doing really good works in representing the Rastafari people from an Ethiopian perspective. The question I want to ask is of the topic subject though, is concerning the Ethiopian World Federation. My question is, if His Majesty had given that land to the Ethiopian people, is it a breach of agreement for the current Ethiopian government not to acknowledge that land was given to the Rastafari people and they should honor those agreements?
Yeah, can Sister Walete, can you take that question, because it's for the Ethiopian World Federation?
My question is why isn't present and past government honoring that agreement that His Majesty made with diaspora and Africans?
Well, from my experience, I don't believe the governments have actually not honored it. I mean, because it's recognized, you know, as a place for Rastafarian and diasporan people by authorities I've dealt with there. I think there has been problems over the years in terms of land and people, but in terms of like roads going through, part of the problem with that has been ones have come onto Sashamani and they've just built. Now I know from 1992, the Malkoda authorities had a plan of where they were going to put roads, etc. But what's actually happened? Ones have just gone in, acquired land, bought land, and built. Now we're in a different situation now, in that the young Oromo youths, it appears to be somebody's educating them, and as far as they're concerned, is that His Majesty should never have given that land because it's their land. That is the situation we have. It's not a governmental issue. It's to do with the whole issue that's going on from a tribal perspective. And as Mallet had said, they don't know their history.
Excuse me, Waletta. Is it that it is on their regional land, Oromia, and could it be possible that within the emperor's administration, so is that the emperor himself, within the emperor's administration, there was a lack of negotiation, if the monarchy even felt that it needed to negotiate? Because according to the Oromos, you understand, you know, them have them system, you know, them chieftain system, and you know, them system, you know, that what they've been using to exist. You understand, for centuries, and they do things. You understand, and you know, where we have the so-called tribalism in Ethiopia, right? Ethnic tribalism, and how other tribes have a disdain, other nations have a disdain, you know, for the Amhara and for the various monarchies. You understand? Hello? So is it that there was a lack of negotiation, and can there be a renegotiation with the present government?
Well, when, as you know, when issues happen in Sashamani, like we had recently, not December gone, the December before, I mean, the central authorities did send in, you know, people to keep the peace within the area. But as I said, it's not so much because before there wasn't an issue. There wasn't an issue between the people, the Oromo people, and those that lived on the land grant. There wasn't an issue. This is a recent thing. And someone is stirring it up.
I totally see what you're saying, Sister Waletta, that there's someone stirring up strife within the community.
Yeah.
And as I said, talking to the brethren that live in Shashamane yesterday, he reassured me that there is a calm in Shashamane right now and in the Awasa region, in Oromia. And so I think I was just trying to call the brethren to see, because he told me that he left at this 4 o'clock this morning, and he took the bus down to Shash. So I think he might be tired, and there also could be a thing with the internet. As you all know, sometimes the internet gives problem in Ethiopia, and especially Shashamane. But he had reassured me that that things were calm in Shash, and that the community felt safe enough. You know, he has 2 young boys that, you know, he's there with, and thing, and they felt safe enough to leave Addis Ababa and go back down to Shashamane. So it seems like all is well. I have a few questions for Malet, but I want to ask Sister Ify, are you there? Sister Ify?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any questions for the sister or comment on the presentation that she gave?
No questions. Today I just feel like just listening, just giving a good listening ear to be. Rastafari.
Okay. Did you like the presentation that she gave?
Yes, it was quite very detailed, very detailed. Rastafari.
Okay. Respect. Bongo Wisely, have any question? Bongo Wisely, you have any questions or any comment for the sister about her presentation? Bongo Wisely?
Well, not really any question, but very informative, I must say. You know, in terms of letting us know exactly what is going on, because even as she indicated, we were hearing as though it's tribal war between different tribes within the Ethiopian nation. But from her perspective, I've gotten a different overview as to what really the whole situation is. So I give thanks, for her presentation. Rastafari.
Yes, I. Princess K, are you there? Princess K? Yeah, Princess K. Are you there? Yeah, like she having some internet problems.
Marlon.
Yeah, where's about the next presenter now?
We may have missed him. He's on the phone. You understand?
Okay.
Usually after presentations, persons usually have questions. So, when I identify each person, I ask them, persons have questions, they may interject. So, I have a name, Tommy, that's the name I'm going to use.
Okay.
Hello, Marlon.
I'm talking to Queen Mother Moses right now. Give me a second. Go on, Colin.
Mute your phone. Mute, yeah. So anyway, we have Tommy on the phone here. I'm gonna see if everybody can hear. Him have a what I would call a counter perspective to what Mallet has presented on, and it may not have the full time, but him have something else to say. So we're going to put him on to our next Zoom reasoning in the future about the topic, yeah? All right, so Tommy,
Yeah, who was the person who presented again? What's her name?
Mallet Ayeli. Can we hear him?
Mallet, yeah, Mallet.
We need to know, say, we can't hear him.
They can hear me or not? Hello, can you hear me, everybody?
Yes, I can hear you.
So far, it's going to be difficult. I don't think they can hear me.
Them say them can't hear you.
Yeah, I was at her presentation. For every presentation, it has.
Ras Gregor, you have to mute yourself, please.
Hello?
Yeah, continue.
Okay. She said that 80% of the Tigray, I mean, I can only pick up some of the stuff because, as I said, I wasn't hearing everything because I cannot get on the Zoom. But she said 80% of the Tigray population need aid right now. Okay, prior to the invasion or prior to the conflict, prior to the misunderstanding, whichever way you want to put it, Tigray was doing very well. I mean, you have manufacturers, you have agriculture, you have everything there. But after the conflict, as far as I was informed, and my sources are pretty much accurate, you have the TPLF or Tigray people are fighting the Eritrean people. Now, she said, oh, Tigray fired rockets into Eritrea. Fine, they did. I'm not disputing that.
No, Virgin. No. The Tigray is not fighting Eritrean people. So they did that
Marlon,
as
make him doing presentation for you.
Yeah.
Inside information. So just listen.
What he said, the Tigray what?
Continue, please.
He said no. What did he say?
No, man, he was challenging your opinion, but you're the presenter. So continue.
Yeah, but he said to something. We know that the Tigray did not fire a missile to Eritrea.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
They didn't fire a missile to Eritrea.
That's what he said.
They did fire a missile. They fired at least 2 or 3 rockets
Marlon,
into
please.
Eritrea.
I know that they fired missiles to Eritrea. I'm saying that it was a guise to bring Eritrea into the war. Not that they weren't warring with Eritrea. It was a guise to bring them into the war. These are our tactics of war.
Nah. You have your facts totally wrong. It's not to bring them into war. No. Anyway, let me finish what I was saying, and then we can discuss it all you want. Anyway, they did fire a missile. Yes, I will agree that they did. Matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, it's either 2 or 3 missiles, because I know one was targeted to and one was targeted to the airport. I think it was 3 of them, but I know about 2, but it might have been 3, but definitely the 2 that I knew. I even know where they were trying to hit, whether they hit them or not. I think they missed the targets, but that was the intention. Then they also did missile into Amhara region, whatever, into their own country, which is Ethiopia, which is their country. They're wrong. I'm not going to agree with that, or just I'm not agreeing with it, but.
Okay, I'm on now.
Relationship from way back in the 70s, 60s, late 60s, 70s, coming down the line. Now, Abiy made peace with them. He made peace with Isaias because he had intentions, because he needs Eritrea. If left or Tigray province, which was a stronger body for opposition, he can't fight them. So his intention of making peace with Eritrea, one of the main reasons is because he can use them as a force to eradicate Tigray. And he's using that right now. Abiy and the presenter a while ago is denying that Eritrea is not involved. Eritrea is 101% involved. They have looted and destroyed the Tigray province, and they have stolen everything out of the people's house and taken it to Eritrea and selling it in the market. That's a known fact, because if you go into the Eritrean website, you will see where they're selling fridges and all kind of household things that was brought from Tigray province. So you can't hide the media. So you have to check all your news to see what the facts is, because it adds 1 + 1 is 2. So where did they get these goods to sell? They took it out of Tigray province. And Eritrea is in full-fledged in war right now. Right now, Eritrea and Tigray is at fighting while the Ethiopians are gone. The Ethiopian army is not fighting the Tigray province. They're not fighting right now. It's Eritreans, and the Tigray is fighting right now. Abiy and his army has gone. They left it and say, which is wrong. You cannot use another country to fight your war. So it's killing its own Ethiopian people. So Abiy has given permission to Eritrea to kill its own people, as far as I'm concerned. Even his own generals and his own people are against it. Okay? That is one of the facts. So she's saying that Eritrea is not involved. Eritrea is involved. They went as far as I heard, I don't have facts, that they even gave Eritrea an Ethiopian uniform at the beginning. No, they're not. No, I know for a fact they're using the Eritrean uniform. They're not using the Ethiopian uniform. But when it first started the conflict, the Eritreans were dressed because their accent and their talk is totally different. And they know the difference. Okay? So Eritrea is involved heavily right now as we talk, and within the last 2-3 weeks. When it started, they were helping them, but now they have left them to rape and pilgrim Tigray province, which is part of Ethiopia.
What is
okay, so foreign force is right now invading Ethiopia, and Abiy is not doing anything about it.
Tommy, what are your views towards Abiy and his idea of this central government versus federation and you know the ethnic?
Okay, first of all, Abiy is not an elected leader. He was the right word is that he was selected. Now in November, this time when they were selected, he had to run. Election had to run in November because his nominee that he was elected runs out in November of last year. But he uses the coronavirus and say, oh, we're not going to run election. So technically his time is up since November by the Constitution. You understand what I'm saying? He was not supposed to cancel that because every country kept election. There was 10, 20 other countries that kept election during the 5 years. But why, this is my opinion now, why did he not keep the election in November last year? Number one, he had problem with the TPLF, which is another government. He was having problem with the Oromo leaders. He was having a problem with the Amhara leaders because they were all out. Now, he's ready to have election in February, or I think he says February or March, or this year we're going to have election. The pandemic is still worse. The virus is still worse. The corona is still worse. But yesterday he's having election. But guess what happened now? The TPLF or the ruling party that was ruled the country for 30 years is no longer existing. The Oromo leaders are locked up. The Amhara leaders are locked up. So she's saying, so who's going to compete with him in the election? So when he has election, whether it's February or March or April of this year, who's going to compete with him? There's nobody to compete with him. So of course he's going to win. So why didn't he keep it in November last year? Because the Oromo leaders were out on the street, the Amhara leaders were on the street, and the TPLF was on the street.
Didn't Tigray keep theirs?
He kept theirs, and that's what started. Then he told them it's illegal. And then that is where the conflict started, because they would not listen to him, and they were also embarrassing him as a leader. Okay? Now, what you have to understand is this. In America, you have 52 states. In Ethiopia, you have 10 regions. Region or state is the same format because the 52 states in America has a governor and a mayor. The 10 regions have the governor and the mayor, so they govern by it. But the final decision comes in Addis, which will be Abiy. You understood? So the federal government is very important because this was implemented by Meles, which prior to Meles coming in, or prior to TPLF coming into power, you had Mengistu Haile Mariam. Mengistu Haile Mariam is a dictator. Then you had Haile Selassie. He was the emperor ruling the country. So his word was final as the emperor. Then when they overthrew the emperor and Mengistu Haile took over, the government, which is the military, took over, then their word was final. So when TPLF came in and overthrew the government, they said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to make it the region and make them govern within their... Yes, in Africa, we will never get rid of tribes. We will never get rid of it. It has been there for hundreds of centuries. So how do we get rid of... We can never get rid of what you call tribalism or ethnic grouping. It will exist. It existed 1,000 years ago and it will exist another 1,000 years after we die and go. But we have to find a solution, same way how they found a solution in America to get democracy.
What is the solution?
People looking for democracy in Ethiopia.
Greetings.
It's a guideline because we call it region and America call it state. It's the same concept that was set up by the federal, and the federal government is supposed to come in when there is a problem. So Addis Ababa has the power. So Abiy has the power. So if you get rid of the federal government right now, that means Abiy is a dictator as far as I'm concerned. Abiy will become a dictator because he has nobody to answer to. If we never had 52 states, and if we didn't have in America the House and the Senate, Trump would have been a dictator in America right now. But what slowed down Trump? The House and the Senate and the states stops Trump from doing whatever he feels like. He has a certain amount of power. Yes, he's the head, but he can do as he feels. But if he did not have the Senate and the House and the state, Trump can do whatever he wants. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Same thing with the federal government. So why is Abiy? First of all, Abiy does not have the power to do away with the federal government because he is not elected yet. So he should have waited till he was elected. Then maybe he can try and start changing whatever he wants.
So does he fear an election?
He's not power. And right now, his power was finished in November. And that is what, as far as I'm concerned, that's what keeping him was against and trying to talk.
But with Abiy, but with Abiy's influence in the whole horn of Africa, being awarded a Nobel Peace Prize, ties with Eritrea. Hold on. Doesn't this all increases his popularity not only in Ethiopia and the region, but Africa and the outside world? So why would he fear an election? Why would he fear an election when he seems to be the most popular figure?
Because he couldn't win. Because he had more powerful people that would have made him lose. Because the other Oromo leaders right now is locked up. That's a fact. The Amhara leaders are locked up. That's a fact. TPLF they're known as renegades right now and outlaws and shifters. So they don't exist right now as a party. Party that was ruling the country for 30 years and who was created the federal government, everything doesn't exist. So, yeah, what I'm saying that November of last year, as far as I am concerned, was where he had to have the election to be elected by the people. Then when he was elected in November and he wants to start changing, he had the power. But right now, he does not have the power to do shit because he is, first of all, he's not supposed to be power because he already passed the midnight. But he's in power, no problem. But what I'm saying that
my question is, Caleb, to the brethren, as you just asked.
Hold on, Malan, hold on there. Make him
what's the solution?
Okay, you want to know the solution? The solution is this. I agree with one thing what her name said, the presenter, is that the region, there's a lot of things that I agree with her and there's a lot of things that I'm disagreeing with her, but I agree with one thing that she said pertaining to the region, which is 100%, I saw it for myself, is that the region is within the region, there was a lot of corruption and a lot of oppression was created by the region doing it. But at the end, where am I for waiting about? Because I've been at a conference. Yeah, but I don't know which car. Yeah, give him the ISIS then. And look at the gas. Yeah, it's coming back tomorrow. Sorry about that. Yeah, the ISIS there. Yeah. What you want? The teacher?
I never know your rent car.
The Sanita. Anyway, yeah. So what I agree with her is this. When she said the cause of the problem of the region, which is the state as far as I'm concerned, was corrupted. It wasn't managed properly. So they need to find a solution. Instead of getting rid of the federal government and the region is needed because there's no way you're going to get rid of tribalism and ethnicism, which is the Oromo, the Amhara, the Tigray. That will always, all 100 years, 1,000 years from now, it's going to exist. So what do we need to do, as far as I'm concerned, is try to find a solution how to get the region. Yeah, which guy is going to take? Yeah, which region? How to control the region, not to control it, but how to educate the region so they don't oppress the people, because at the end of the day, it's one country, it's called Ethiopia. That's what I'm for. By getting rid of the region, you get a dictatorship. That's how dictatorships are ruled. That's why in other countries they have dictators and they don't want to come out in power. You telling me he's a Nobel Prize? Nobel Prize right now has nobody because Kissinger did the Nobel and he fucked up. Myanmar, the woman got that thing. Look how they're oppressing the Jaharas or whatever they call them. Same thing with Abiy. Abiy get a Nobel Prize for peace, and he refused to talk. He said he's not going to go on a talking table. That's a fact. That's not an assumption. He refused to have dialogue with. How can you be a Nobel Prize and you're going to tell the media I am not going to have any dialogue with TPLF? He said that out of his own mouth. I am not making those words for him. Abiy said he's not going to dialogue with TPLF leaders or the group. You have to dialogue. Dialogue is the only thing that can solve. Ammunition and gun cannot solve a solution. Talk. Dialogue is what solves problem. And he refused to have dialogue. So that is why the conflict is there. He himself said it. I'm not making that story up. So you know that, and everybody knows that. So for a Nobel Prize, is that the way a Nobel Prize person is supposed to operate? I will not have dialogue because I'm having problem. It's like me and you have a problem, and I say, well, I have no talk with you, you know. I not talk to you, and I'm a Nobel. That's not right. So something's wrong. So Nobel Prize don't mean shit as well. Kissinger get it, and he fucked up and had the war. Myanmar, the same woman get it, and she fuck up and have these Omar people getting the military is killing up the people, and they might migrate to the next country. Same thing in Ethiopia. So it's like Nobel is a curse as far as I'm concerned. When the people get Nobel, it looks like it turn on and it curses them as far as I'm concerned. From good they turn to evil.
Them get Martin Luther King and then them popping.
Kissinger, he got a Nobel and he fucked up. The Myanmar, the same to the woman. Right now they have locked up the woman. About Sunday, they overthrow her, the army, and have her locked up. But she did not know when they were attacking the Myanmar people, them and thing. You know what I'm saying? And she's a Nobel Prize person. And they're killing up the whole of the Muslim or whatever it is, the Myanmar people, them up there, run up to their country, the military gang, kill them. And she's a ruling party. And she don't know nothing about it. She have a, you know, but now them overthrow her. But what I'm saying is that we need to find the man asked, what is the solution? The solution is we need to find a way for the regions to be able to be transparent. The region was not transparent. They were corrupt and they were abusive. That I will agree with her. That is 100%. But the solution is not to get rid of it. The solution is how do we correct and have it transparent without oppressing? Because as you say, when you reach in Addis, all the ethnic groups who are living in Addis, you have, whatever amount of million, I think it was, I heard about, mistaken, 20 million lives in Addis. Don't quote me right, but I know it's a couple million, a lot of million lives in Jamaica is over 2 million, 3 million. So that's how I get confused.
If they get rid of federation in Ethiopia, Meles work is nothing. Yeah, Meles work would have been worthless.
You understand what I'm saying? So when he came in power, he could have been a dictator and say, all right, no region, I'm not giving up. Yes, of course, he locked up opposition, but what has Abiy done? Abiy gets his Nobel Prize. Right after he gets his Nobel Prize, ask her how many people he has locked up, how much of the opposition is locked up. So who is going to compete with him right now when they have election in the next month or 2 months or whatever? I think I heard this year, I don't know if it's February, March or April, whatever. Who's going to compete with him? Everybody's locked up. There's no opposition right now. Meles was a dictator. I mean, yeah, Meles, as far as I'm concerned, Meles was a dictator, you know, but he knew how to cover it up. I'm not saying Meles was a nice guy. No. Meles is a junk crow. You understand? But he knew how to hide it. He did it in a very, very subtle way. But he gave the country progress. The progress that Ethiopia has within the last 30 years was never, it is a great, Mengistu never did shit. Haile Selassie did a great job to bring Ethiopia from the dark age to the light age. Mengistu came in and put Ethiopia in a dark age from 1975 till 20 years. From 1975, they overthrew Haile Selassie till, what was it, 92, 93 or something like that. So, yeah, so I soon finished, give me 5 minutes. So he did shit except put the Ethiopia backward. Then Meles came in 92, 93.
Who's a Tigrinian, right? He's Tigrinian, right?
No, he's not Tigray. He's Tigray. But he's not a full Tigray. He's Eritrean mixed with Tigray. They all mix up. But he's not a full Tigray. He's Eritrean with Tigray. He has blood from Tigray and he has blood from Eritrea. Okay? So he came in and he could have been a dictator and said, all right, one government, one party. No, he didn't do that. He made sure he opened up and said, okay, here's 10 regions. But he did them by region and by their culture or by their ethnic group, whatever, and created and then say, all right, here's the federal government. So whenever there was problem, he calls in the federal government and he sends them to the region where there's a problem. But as I said, the regions are corrupt and oppressive. That I will agree with her. They were. Because I could feel it whenever you go to Addis. When you're in Addis, you feel comfortable. You are very comfortable in Addis. But once you come out of Addis and go to a certain region, the tension changes because they think they're running their region, but it's like it's their law. You have to listen to their law, not to the Addis law, which is the Ethiopian law. it's like they created their own law, and that is where they need to change. They need to let them know that, hey, it's one law, it's one Ethiopia. Even though you have your own region, you have your own governor, you have your own thing, you can't make your own laws and create, you know, you can adjust some of the laws just like in America, because there are certain states in Texas and so on that allow abortion, and there's some other state that don't. So you have to know how, it's a very thin line. It's just, I don't know, there's a formula they have to create. But getting rid of it, my fear is that if you get rid of the federal government, we're creating a dictatorship. We're creating another dictator like a Mengistu Haile Mariam, like Idi Amin, like the rest of African country. With the federal government, is a less chance of him being a dictator. That's the way I look at it. And I can be wrong. I'm not saying I'm right, but that's my perspective and my opinion. And there's other things we can discuss, but let's stop there because I have other things to do and I've been waiting for a long time. My apologies that I won't be able to stay much longer, okay? It's just giving you my perspective and my opinion. I don't think that the federal government should be dismantled. We need to correct the problem. The problem is that the regions need to be educated and be transparent. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Tommy.
As I said, we'll have another discussion with what her name, or we'll have a one-on-one discussion.
Mallet.
We'll arrange another time with the host. And I really appreciate her knowledge. There were a lot of things that I learned. And as I said, there's a lot of things that I agree with her, and there's a lot of things that I disagree with her. As human beings, we have the right to agree or disagree. And all what I'm saying is just my opinion from what reading and talking to people from the region. I've talked to several people from the Tigray region who actually lived through the problem. Because a lot of them have left, some are in Washington, some are in all over the place. I get a chance to talk to them. So whether they tell the truth or not, I can't. I'm not going to say whatever I'm telling you is true, but it's a second-hand and third-hand information I get. And from the information I get, I make my conclusion and my opinion.
Mallet, are people from Tigray allowed to leave Tigray, to fly out of Tigray right now?
The young generation between the age of 20 and about 40, they do not allow them to leave right now. That's a fact. Right now.
Is that true, Mallet?
Sorry, come again, your question, please.
You can check it out. Mele's daughter is trying to leave Ethiopia right now, and they refuse her to leave the country. Mele's daughter cannot leave Ethiopia. She's a prisoner in her own country because she's a Tigray. Her father was the leader, and her father is the Tigray, and she has nothing to do with the political, and they do not allow her to leave the country. And there's a lot of other people, they refuse to leave the country that are Tigray, who has no affiliation with the party. I mean, she's the daughter of the ex-president for 30 years or whatever, but she is one person. But I'm talking about several other people who are, when they go to the airport, we do not allow them to leave the country. If you're an old person and you're a child under 10, 12 years old, they allow you to leave. And you're Tigray and you have an Ethiopian passport, they allow you to leave. But when once you are 15, 18, 20, 25, 30, they question you. And if they feel like letting you go, they let you out. If they don't feel, they say go home. But I know for a fact today, if you do your research, go and do your research, Mele's daughter is trying to leave the country and they refuse.
But why would that be? Why would they not allow Tigray people to leave Tigray? What's the concern?
I don't know. I'm not. You need to ask her. But she's saying that they're doing a good job. It's called Prospective. What the party called Prospective Party, Prosper Party. They're prospering, so they're allowing not people to. Mele's never stop nobody from leaving. Whether you're Tigray or Ethiopian, Amhara or Oromo, he let you go. They're not letting you go. They're not allowing the Tigray people to fly out if they're at a certain age. They question them, and if they feel like it, it's up to their choice.
Sugar respond now. Mallet respond.
Yeah. Look, because you said you are not staying, I feel like I have to tackle this. First of all, thank you very much for your view. I would have felt very bad if it was only my voice. I'm very happy that another voice from another side of the story came in. Thank you very much. But to start from the end, you pointed out a very good thing. Yeah, why she is not allowed to leave the country? She has been allowed to be in and out until recently. Not, I mean, all Tigrayans, all Ethiopians have been doing that, but after the conflict, because they have been accused of financing many violences in the country from those who are stronger in the economy, from the rich Tigrayans, somehow they are related to that alleged accusation. That's why, and let's not forget that somehow, who is 32 years old and the firstborn of Meles Zenawi daughter, she said in public in Tigray media that we are going to rid of Abiy Ahmed. Fact. He did not do anything for that. He did not do anything. And she was actually related to other accusations of corruption and everything. But because he did not do anything, it's because of the recent, because of the recent conflict. Look, my brother. And then I found it very pathetic that how you kind of describe like the government should not try the regional government, while actually it's like you made it a premeditated attack of the the central government against the Tigray government. It was, I mean, it's their own person, their public relation who came out and who said that when that red line was crossed, that Abiy took that action. But they have been saying all what they want, sitting in Mekelle, in Tigray, what they want, accusing Abiy, insulting this and that, but nobody touched them. Nobody touched them. And don't say also, it's a very, unless we all are short memory, Meles was banning many people who are against those opposition parties, and many young Oromo people who have been labeled as the Oromo Liberation Front under the name of OLF, many of them who are now in Germany, by the way, or who ended up in the US, came through Kenya, actually, through Kenya, and different NGOs took them, transported them to different parts of the world. Who allowed? No, they weren't. People were kind of taken from their house because they were Oromo. Let's not forget that. I mean, let's not be a short memory. And then, to make one thing clear, dismantling the ethnic federalism is not Abiy's, one of Abiy's ambition or one of the Prosperity Party objective. As I said, this is what has been said by the political commentators, including myself as a person, as an individual who loves her country. I see nothing but the waste of that thing. We reached to the point that we don't even have a history department in the country, in the university, that people want so much that to rewrite their history. The history department is closed. What kind of nation you nurture by doing that? I mean, we all have seen different countries, there's always a conflict and a war, but you don't rewrite your history. How do you come out? I mean, you give them their own region. You give them a special force in their country, their own soldiers, their own military. That's how Tigray, the TPLF, has been able actually to compete and attack the national force, because they have their own force. But don't get me wrong, the Oromo has, the Somalia has, the Amhara has. But because this was all allowed by the constitution, you gave them their flag, you gave them everything. It's like, even to be independent is allowed. I mean, as far as the constitution is concerned. This is a comment by different political commentators in the country and some other researchers, academicians also outside the country. Prosperity Party do not say this, but however, contrary to EPRDF, which is sort of a coalition party mainly established by the four big tribes, which is Tigray in the front, there is Oromo, there is Amhara, and there is the fourth one is the southern nations. Okay, it was representation was by ethnic, by the number of people, by the population. By the number of population in their region. But Prosperity Party has said no ethnicity representation. If Somali, who comes, who has the lowest population, have a a support from the people of Ethiopia can be the next prime, for example, the current regional leader, Mustafa, which is, by the way, more popular, just like as Abiy, most like, you know, people say next to Abiy, they really prefer to lead for Mustafa to be the next leader, because he's so, despite his being Somali, despite being, you know, forget that he comes from the Islam religion, forget that he comes from a small number of population, which is Somali, forget that our history, even our all conflicts with the other Somalis. But what people see is that your representation and your love for the country and to unify the country. So for, it's not Abiy, it's not the Prosperity Party thing to dismantle the thing. It's my comment, and also shared by different political commentators. And also it was not why do we forget that actually wasn't Abiy and his government actually if I can use the word, begging the region, the leaders of Tigray to come to the table to dialogue for the past 2.5 years? What did they do to the patriarch, to all those elders who were selected and went to Mekelle? What did they do? They went back. That Debretsion, who is the ex-leader of TPLF, told them to go back. Weren't they, and the Minister of Peace, who is led by Mufriat Kamil, a lady, they went to Mekelle and they tried to create reconciliation, to make peace. They were rejected. He has been begging them. As I said, Abiy actually, because of his patience, lost his stronghold support from the country. Because of his patience, many were discontested with him. Many.
Yes, I give thanks. Give
And
thanks.
yeah, there are also other points about Eritrea. You can be true. I'm not going to argue that. I'm not there on the ground. So whatever the media shows, but do not forget that what TPLF has with Eritrea, when Abiy went and made a peace with Isaias Afewerki, you know, the main thing that he said it, my wish is actually, he said, for Isaias Afewerki to walk on the streets of Mekelle, he said, to walk on the streets of Mekelle. That's what he said. He's more closer than to them, that you speak the same language, you share the same culture, but because of the attempt, the killing, the assassination attempt that the TPLF, even during Meles Zenawi time, ever since we have war in Eritrea in 1998, actually the main aim of TPLF was to go to as far as Asmara and remove Isaias from the power and put a puppet there that is more kind of obedient for the Ethiopian government at that time. That was the time actually TPLF was divided by two. That's where you have Asrat Gabru and Saye Abraha leave TPLF and go to the US. Because of this idea, they were running that they wanted to remove Isaias. And just like you said, I'm happy that you brought it, Meles has an Eritrean blood. Yes, so he was accused of, oh, he don't want us to remove Isaias because he has his Eritrean blood. So they didn't want really for Abiy to be the front player of making peace. From day one, they were not happy. They were not happy about Abiy because they know because of the corruption they did, there will be what is expecting to them because of the reform. An independent judiciary system has been established. They know what's going to wait for them. I mean, the economies that the so-called two-digit economies that the international media is talking about, do you know, I mean, I can count for you what is owned by who right now. I can count for you. 85% of the military was TPLF. There was in Addis, you see all those in the capital buildings, but actually they were owned by 16 people directly who come from Tigray or their relatives. In other ways, there were 16 people who were having a stronghold. What about Ifert? What about Guna trading? Let's talk about it. I mean, it's not, I don't care. As I said, I really don't care who sits in that palace. For me, Ethiopia is my agenda. I don't want my children to go and, you know, count their bloodline. I come from Oromia, from this. No, I want your child, if you have a child, and my child to be anywhere in Ethiopia and go hand in hand where they don't count that our parents did this and that. That's my vision for the country. I mean, it's yeah, I'm sorry that I'm emotional, but we are short memory, and there are stolen things you said from Tigray and went to Eritrea. Before the war started, let's talk about that there is this trading company who produces fabrics in Tigray called Almeda Trading. What Almeda Trading was doing at that time, during the 2 years, relatively kind of before the conflict, what they did was they were producing, you know, fake Eritrean uniforms to say that the Eritrea and wearing the prisoners in Tigray to say that, oh, the Eritrean military, this is what we heard. I'm not on the ground. Again, I'm not saying I disagree with you or I agree with you, but also there is this side of the story. I'm trying to show you that. And they have been making flags for now. The southern nation and nationality of Ethiopia has 40 tribes under it, and it was actually known as the Little Ethiopia, and to be an example for other regions, for them not to divide by religion or anything. But now the southern nation, two states already came out of the southern nation. Walaita is a state, Sidama is a state. Slowly, the southern nation will become another 40, and then add that on the 10, it will be 50 states in Ethiopia, okay? So they were producing those small flags for them to go out on the street and say, oh, we want independence, we don't want to be part of the southern nation. And then the root of that flag, that was produced actually not in China, not in one night, you know, it was transported and found in Walaita and Sidama, and it comes from Tigray, Almeda. So what makes us for us to say they don't have that capability of producing Eritrean soldier military uniform? I mean, I'm not denying, by the way, they can be in there, but they did, let's agree that they did not want Abiy to be the front player of making peace with Eritrea. They were not happy about that.
Caleb.
Isis.
Yeah, I just want to address the sistering and to say, on behalf of Rastafari, our agenda and our viewpoint is to see Ethiopia in peace. Yeah. We are aware of the history and the wars. As you know, I used to live in Zimbabwe, and I used to live close to Mengistu. I used to pass his house on a daily basis. Wow. Right. So we are aware of the conflicts, and we are aware. But there are some questions, but you know, there's some time constraints. Queen Mother Moses, do you have time for us to answer some more questions with this subject, or do you want to start your presentation?
One last point. I just want to say one last point. By the way, I just want to add this.
Greetings, all blessed, spirit of love, unity, one voice, one love. Yes, I. We end at 5.
We have time. We have time, Queen Mother.
Okay,
Moses.
well,
I just put that on the flyer.
I am here. You know, so if the item, you know, they can continue with the conversation, you know, the reasoning.
Yeah, Malet, make your point so we can start with Queen Mother.
Okay, the Peace Nobel Prize. It seems that the Western, all the headlines that have been coming out on starting from November 4, when this conflict started, was, oh, the peace, the one who got the Nobel Peace Prize now started the war, even not after the year. I mean, he cannot be, let's remember that he cannot be a hostage to the Peace Prize when his country is endangered. I just wanted to make that point because a lot of people say that. I mean, he cannot be hostage to that. Ethiopia cannot be hostage to the peace prize when its security is endangered.
What a statement, Mallet. You're right. Yeah. Queen Mother Moses, you want to respond to the topic at hand? Ethiopia Tigray conflict.
At this time, I am going to let the reasoning continue. Of course, you can't deal with Bob Marley without dealing with Ethiopia, your overs. That's where I celebrated the 60th and positively impacted the country. So let the reasoning go on, and then, you know, when there are question and answer part of my presentation, then I can continue. I don't want to take away anyone's time when I will have an opportunity to have question and answer also. Okay?
Yeah.
Blessed love.
Yeah, yeah. As I was going for somebody that said something?
No, sorry.
Yeah. What I was saying is that I was waiting to ask the questions. I hear you mention something about the flag, and you're saying that the youths going out, it was almost as if it was a point of protest to go out with the flag of the Lion of Judah flag. I remember there was a point in time a few years ago, they said that some students were arrested and shot for talking about removing the star.
Let's say that it depends on the mood of the police that's on the street during that protest, okay? You might be lucky enough, and then, you know, some cameraman can picture it and see it with the people. Also, you can be jailed for it.
My important question, asking from a Rastafari perspective and interest, is that there were reports. I was just trying to call Aksum. I went to Aksum about 3 years ago, in 2017, and I made some contacts there. And I actually met with the head of the priests of the compound of St. Mary of Zion. And so I was trying to call some of the people in Aksum just now, but not getting through. I don't know if it's the internet, or I don't know if they're being censored or what it is. But I wasn't getting through to Aksum just now. So my question was, there were reports of the government of Ethiopia opening fire on people who were at the church. Are you aware of those reports?
I don't know, but it will not also surprise me, you know, because during the conflict, after the TPLF leaders left the capital of Tigray, which is Mekelle, and started to go, you know, by the mountains and small villages and towns in Tigray, some of their videos, and then later on, even there was not even video, it was just audio. So those messages that come out from the leader was backed by, you know, I think mistakenly, I would assume by mistake, that they did not edit it, but on the background, you will hear Wudase Mariam, the priestess doing their prayer. So all the social media was crowded saying, oh, okay, the Brazilian who was the leader, okay, they are hiding in the church. Look at them now. Okay, the government cannot open fire. Or I did not hear, but it wouldn't surprise me, because at some point, people were so sure that they were hiding in a church, because by international law, you cannot open a fire on religious places. But I'm not aware of it, but also it doesn't surprise me. But the last thing we know was that they were actually in a under a mountain, and that's what they showed us when they take them, you know, the one who are now in jail. I don't know, but it doesn't surprise if it happens, because we see also the Al-Najashi mosque that was hit by weapons. Who did it? The government did not take its claim, didn't take that ownership. Also, the TPLF didn't take, so I really don't know. So a church might have also been hit. I'm not sure who did it.
Yeah, the next question is the dam. I guess the dam seemed to be the point of conflict. I went to Africa. I spent about 8 years in Africa. I entered the end of 2008 in Kenya. And in 2009 is when I first saw the idea of the super dam. So I think ultimately Meles was the one that put this on the table. To build this super dam, tapping the 7 sources of the Nile, Rwanda, Uganda, Sudan, and Ethiopia, and Kenya, I think it's Lake Tana, to tap the Nile to create this super dam that would produce enough electricity for all of East Africa and going into Central Africa as far as Tanzania and as close as Sudan. And the plan was put forward. I saw this in the newspaper in Kenya in 2009. And then I heard that Meles went to the World Bank, right? Meles went to the World Bank to ask for funding.
Yes.
And he was asked to do another study on a different approach of the dam. And it was then turned back or opposed by Egypt.
Yeah.
So is it that the Western powers, as you say, do not want this progress in Africa? Or is it they're using Egypt as a scapegoat to say that Egypt is the one that's really opposing this development of East Africa? Or is there just really tribal dispute? You know, when there is so much money and so much power at stake, each person want to have a little piece of the pie then, in other words, and others want to control all of it. Which do you think? Do you think it is a matter of a bit of both? Or is it just outside influence?
The dam, which is, I'm glad you bring that issue and that you have time in this Zoom meeting to discuss about it. It's also another issue which is close to me as far as an internal politics in the country. I follow this current issue. Also, I follow the issue on the dam. First of all, the plan was by the His Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie. It was his plan. When the Egypt built the Aswan High Dam, at that time it was Anwar or Sadat. During the emperor, I think the emperor was there during the first 2 leaders of Egypt. He wanted also to develop his country, and he kind of asked, he hired the Haile Selassie, Emperor Haile Selassie hired the Americans to do a research, and they came up with that research. And of course, obviously there was no money, but the world was not ready to finance neither the American government nor the World Bank, nor the World Bank. Egypt, unfortunately, we are the people who are connected by the Nile, but also who are divided by the Nile, okay? So it all along has been working everything that can make Ethiopia not to progress, and especially when it comes to the dam. The fact on the ground is Ethiopia has 86%, sometimes according to the rainfall amount, go to the 19% contribution for the Nile water, or which we call it Abai River, comes from Ethiopia. And Ethiopia has never been able to use it because of Egypt. During the Emperor Menelik time, actually the British came, the British who were colonizing Egypt, came that before building the Aswan High Dam in Egypt, they came and wanted to build that high dam to conserve water, because a lot of water is wasted by evaporation in Egypt. From what they conserve, 15% is lost with, because Egypt is a very warm place. So they knew that it was a wrong idea. It was, the Aswan High Dam of Egypt was more of a political than economical one. So the leader at that point just wanted, to revolutionize the people and make, leave his legacy with the dam. But the British, even the colonizers, saw that, knew that the right place is in Ethiopia. So they came and they asked Emperor Menelik. Emperor Menelik, they knocked the door, 1904, 1946, and then 1952. And then later on during Emperor times in 1964, which was the Americans, they came with a proposal with a thorough research and presented it to Emperor Menelik, let's build it. But the emperor was very wise. And Menelik, after studying, they have been waiting and waiting for the answer. But then finally he told them all the 3 times, no. Because why? He was not sure once they come in, if they go out. And history proved him right, actually. That's what happened in the western part of Ethiopia. When they were able through Sudan to come in, we know what they did for the little period presence of their time. And then during Haile Selassie, he couldn't, mainly because Egypt is a true ally of, a strategic ally of the US. So now things have changed. The one who has a peace agreement with Israel. Israel is like the 51st state of America. So they don't want to upset Egypt because of its peace agreement with Israel. So anything that is proposed to them to build that dam was rejected. They knew all along from Emperor Haile Selassie, Mengistu, he did not do it because he was busy with 2 wars, one with TPLF, another one with the Eritrean who wanted to get their independence. So all the 17 years was wasted by having a war, but still he did what he can. Then during the EPRDF time, which was Meles, he came up with the idea, of course, yes, as you said, the World Bank rejected it, because the World Bank, first of all, let's have the fact, let's put this fact, World Bank, IMF, and what is the third one? All the World Bank, IMF, and maybe the World Trade Organization could be the third one. All of them, they do not want Africa to progress. Fact, no. No way, because being powerful in economic, they know what it means. They give us money, but only good enough to produce their raw materials. They don't want to have manufacturing companies in the country. I mean, Ghana exports their cocoa and then they buy their chocolate back from Europe, with their gold. I mean, it's sold in the Strait of Brussels, okay? They want the raw material from Africa. So even if there was no, forget the agreement between Egypt and Israel, generally, they don't want us to progress. But then it's true also, Egypt has all the people, they pay their lobbyists in America for international organizations. Anything that goes related to the dam for donation will be rejected. So what Meles came up, I mean, this is really a good, I mean, I don't believe in, this is one thing I don't like about my country. Every time another government comes and then you just defame that, you smear around negative things about that leader and you want to forget. No, I mean, we have to give them a credit. So what he did was actually, he came up with the idea of selling bonds to the people, and he said, we will build this one. We will build by our own. We'll make people to buy a bond, and then we build it by ourselves. And that was really, how do you say? Yeah, it was a very good idea, and people owned it. They bought the bond, and in 2011, while Egypt was boiling under the Arab Spring, he built the dam. I mean, he lays a foundation. And then when they wake up from their Arab Spring or the protest and the government and everything, boom, the Ethiopian dam is there. It started. Now, what do they have to do? They accept and they start to negotiate. So now they have to work on the negotiation process. So the problem is now they want us, you know, they don't want Ethiopia to progress. They don't want the progress of Ethiopia. They know what it means. Even now without the dam, Ethiopia is a powerful country in the eastern region of Africa. And that economic power will give her, you know, another economy, you know, another power in the region, so to speak. They don't want to see that. They want to be the only powerful country in the continent. So he came up with that idea, and then people bought the dam. So once the dam is there, he built it in 2011 during the Arab Spring. And now the conflict sort of, you know, what was their stance was, no, Ethiopia should not build a dam. It's a threat for us. 97% of our people depends on the Nile water, our blah, 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 blah. So what? Ethiopia should start, you know? In the meantime, we are also growing. We are as populous as Egypt. We are also over 100 million. Egypt is also over 100 million. And yet we contribute 86% of Nile water. And what? You cannot use it. So now the negotiations, the talk has shifted from not having the dam to how do you release the water? How do you fill the water? You know, by doing that.
Yeah, I heard that they were saying that it would take 4 years to fill the dam.
Yes, Ethiopia say actually it can take only 3 years, but they said they are willing to negotiate and to make Egypt happy. They can do it up to 4 to 6 years interval, so that you know, like they can be happy. Actually, it can be done in 3 years, but Ethiopia said we are flexible. We can fill this in 5 years time or whatever. So this is this is where we are.
Do you know the status of the dam
now
as of 2021?
Yes, just 2 days ago, the Ministry of Energy has given its the press release because of, you know, the coming up age. I mean, the African Union just had an election hours before this Zoom meeting. You know, there are some political and strategical changes, so there was a need to make a statement from the Ethiopian government. So in that press release, he also said 78.3% of the construction is finished. That's how it progressed. And then the first 2 turbines that are installed will be operating, I think, before summer. And we will do as scheduled the second filling in the summer. Now, what Egypt and Sudan are trying to do is Ethiopia not to do the second filling. We did already the first filling 2020 summer, okay? Because the rain was good. It was a high rain amount. I mean, the rainfall amount was high. So actually we saved Sudan, but still Sudan is playing like a slime ball in this thing, in this whole thing. Sometimes they support Ethiopia, sometimes they support Egypt, but we know why. And if you have been following, Ethiopia is kind of, you know, stretched all over. On the 6th day that the Ethiopian government has a conflict with the northern part of the region, on the 6th day, Sudan crossed the border 70 kilometers and invaded. Now 70 kilometers inside Ethiopia, it's controlled by the Sudan. The Sudanese government, the Sudan army, because the Sudan army, if you know, the government, the prime minister, and the militia is not the same. It's Abiy who made a peace when al-Bashir was removed. Now, the militia is supported by the Egypt government. The prime minister is not supported by the Egypt. So the militia is doing that, not the prime minister, but ultimately the power is in the militia. But we did not go into war because they occupied our place. I mean, we cannot be in war in all over the place. War takes a lot of things. I mean, it takes your economy, you have to mobilize, and also I mean, basically, because we didn't want to play, Ethiopia didn't want to play what has been, what's planned by Egypt. We know that the Sudanese is playing Egypt's game. So they want us to be in war, and immediately when we are in war, Egypt is ready to intervene and back up the Sudan militia. And what's gonna happen then? You know, it's crazy. Everybody is against us. It just reminds me, you know, His Imperial Majesty when he was having that speech in the UN, and no one is supporting him when he was pleading for help. It's the same thing, you know. I know that Ethiopia shall prevail and will always prevail. We always pass through this, but it just shows us time and again that we have no one in this world, you know. It's we are alone. We are alone.
No. Ethiopia is not alone. Rastafari is with Ethiopia.
Oh, yeah, that's what that guide us.
Rastafari is always with Ethiopia. And as I said, as you can see that we have been following the events for a very long time. I knew that there was some brethren named Coptic in the 70s that actually had a plan in 1974 to rescue His Majesty. I don't know if you know that there was a airplane that flew over the capital in 1974 doing reconnaissance to go and rescue His Majesty. That was actually a group of Rastas that was planning that in 1974. I don't know if you know about that.
I don't know. I don't know.
Right. So there are groups of Rastafarians that are very militant and that are very adamant about the Solomonic dynasty. Thus the question by Caleb about you know, what is happening with Abiy and what is happening in Ethiopia. Queen Mother Moses was supposed to do a presentation about the Bob Marley. That's what I had asked her to come on to do. And so just trying to flow with the conversation. Queen Mother Moses, do you have any questions at this time for the sister in Mallet? I was also trying to get in contact with some people I know in Aksum and in Shashamane, but I don't know if there's a problem in Ethiopia right now with the internet. So
there's always a problem with internet, but also when they suspect something is going on, also they tap the internet, so you don't have to forget that as well.
True,
yeah.
So Queen Mother Moses, unmute yourself, Queen Mother Moses. Queen Mother Moses, unmute. Unmute yourself.
All right, I did.
Yeah.
Okay, bless. I want to give my beloved sister Queen Mallet, you know, a real positive, you know, hand of support, you overs, because I and I fully understand, and you know, we get the, you know, I and I have the big picture. I and I are the people that are named after Rastafari. I and I are the one that have given the world a new world order. In saying that, we have to remember that Jamaica, you know, me growing up in Jamaica, you know, born in Jamaica, I always want to know why we spell it the way we spell. And of course, it took me and my Rastafari faith and research and all of, you know, the trod to find out that actually I and I are the ascendant of the people of Jama Werelu in Ethiopia that were taken by the Arabs to Mesopotamia, Iraq, bought by the British, and the British sent us to the islands of Jamaica and elsewhere, you know? That's of course in addition to the other slave trade that came later, you know, that gave us our Ashanti heritage marooned on these Caribbean islands. So I and I definitely know and know on the maps that all of Africa is Ethiopia. You know, see it. Now, you know, we know that the Indian Ocean was the original name is the Ethiopian Ocean from Cape to Cairo. So if we're talking about from Cape to Cairo, we're there by Egypt, right? And no matter where the white world and the red world and the yellow world want to say, Egypt remains a part of the continent of Africa. As a matter of fact, we're going to go even further to the created Jerusalem of 1948. Jehovah's, that is Africa. Before the Suez Canal, what was that? Africa. So you can't put in a canal and change something. What is Middle East? Still Africa, you know? So they will continue to divide and rule. You all so have people that come into the faith that we deal with Rastafari. And if I have your permission, my sister Queen Malek, I am going to be transitioning into the presentation. One moment. Let me get this phone.
Yeah, man, Rastafari, Queen Mother Moses. Yeah, she's a stalwart in the Rastafari movement. I don't know if you ever hear about her, Malek.
Oh, I know her. Trust me. Who don't know Queen Mother? I have met her a couple of or four times in Ethiopia. I mean, even as far as 20 years back when we were young, very young, you know, into Pan-African things. And also after so many years, we met in the Global Rastafari Gathering in 2017 in Shashamane. We need her. We need people like her.
And you see, I could not have asked for a better introduction, could I?
Yeah, the screen is yours, Queen
The
Mother
screen
Moses.
is mine. Let me see what is going on because I got a different screen.
Yeah, that is,
all right.
You can control the screen now.
Oh, hold on, my Zoom meeting, all right? So what is going on here? So am I up?
Yes.
This is me? And you all seeing me?
Yes, I'm seeing you. You control
all
the
right,
screen.
Bless.
Yes, I was today, Queen Man.
That screen that you see now, you seen a screen that says free training sign up?
No.
No, I don't know what that's not supposed to be there. All right. Oh, I'm actually viewing Marlon Amlock's screen. That's what you have on your screen. All right.
Okay.
Greetings, my family.
I've given you the screen.
But still, it's...
I can see the screen free training.
Okay.
Huh?
I can see the screen saying free training and there's a female.
So that is actually your screen. Let me see if I can, let me get my, from here, my presentation. I think I was, come on, where is the, yeah, that is still your screen. Oh, I won't let me get to my.
It's good now.
We can see you now.
All right.
Yeah, I see you, yeah.
So is this?
Did you get something?
Okay. All right, so this is my screen. I'd like to get it. I want to see, are you able? That blank, what went on? I'm trying to get my presentation on. Is this it? Okay, I don't want it at this point. Okay, let's go back to this.
Did you get it?
I think so. Is that what you all seen? You all seen a Bob Marley presentation?
No.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, yes.
Are you seeing that my screen?
No, what is your screen?
It should have Bob Marley, Rastafari, Prophet.
No, I'm not seeing it.
A female on the front.
So
Marlon, I think that's
Bob Marley on the side, but there's a female on the front.
Okay, okay.
Huh?
I sent the screen sharing because I'm hearing a double voice right now from you, Queen Mother Moses. So I think you have it.
Okay, no, right. That is probably my okay. Yeah, you were hearing a double voice because my phone was okay, but are you? I took it off. I took off the phone off the sound. But what are you seeing from me?
Okay, I'm not seeing anything from you.
One moment. So have I been kicked off of the Zoom?
No, no, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, because I'm on my phone also, but that's not the one I wanted.
Marlon, is your screen Bob Marley War, YouTube?
It's not a problem because I know what I can do. I can just use my phone because can you see me?
No, not now.
Yeah, you can't see you cannot see the presentation.
No, but we can see you.
I'm not seeing it.
So where am I? Come on now. Where is this? Is saying post attendee. What it seemed like it off my phone.
Sister,
Don't see your Zoom meeting. Let me see if I can. Let me relaunch it on the computer.
We see you now.
At the bottom, can you see where it says share?
I am not seeing. I am not seeing the screen for the Zoom. That's the thing. On my computer, I probably have. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. I know what I can do. Let's see. I think I have it on my phone. But how am I going to keep that? No, I don't know if I can keep the Facebook Live. If I go
okay, you try and share your screen, Queen Mother Moses. I just opened it up.
Okay, let me see now. Zoom, share. Okay. What is this saying? Share. Oh.
So just open your screen.
It seems like it's on the phone. I have to do it, unless. You see, I was on it before on the computer, which is where I wanted to go, so I could launch. So let me see if I have to launch it again. Technical difficulties. I said join, leave and join, which is not a leave and join thing I wanted.
All right, try it now. You got it?
You should just leave out the join again, Marlon.
Oh, okay.
Bless man.
Well, you don't know this is new technology. We're trying to make sure that we get the presentation. But yeah, Malet, I want to say give thanks for the eye coming. Why you really break it down. Give thanks for Caleb for bring forward this presenter, and Rastafariglobal reason always try and get to the nitty-gritty of things. Before we always kind of come like the rest of the sheep and just get the information from international media. And this is not even on international. I don't see anything about this on CNN, on BBC, on Al Jazeera, and nothing like that. We in the community, that's why we create a space that the community get to understand the facts, or at least a picture of what is happening. Because as I say, our interest as Rastafari is to make sure that there is peace in Ethiopia, that we can go there.
Computer, share screen, all right? So let's see now, if I share screen. Okay, let's see what it's going to give me to do. Screen. What?
You got the share screen.
Yeah, I say share screen, but I don't.
Okay, so just press share screen.
I did. I say share screen, but maybe wait. Let me make sure that the I have the PowerPoint up, or because it's I don't see it coming on. Hold on.
When you press share screen, there should be an option. There's an advanced option for PowerPoint.
Gosh.
Malette, how did you do it?
When you press share screen, then it automatically brings you all the files that are open on your laptop, or also you can browse from your files. Yeah,
that's what it should have done, but that's not where it took me. All right, now I'm making sure that the file is open, and it is.
Leave it open. Leave the file open for, I think.
I did.
It's yucky in here.
Can you see anything? Are you seeing anything from me?
It's no, it's the Zoom thing that's coming.
Okay, let's keep going. My screen is there. Okay, Lord, you see, it keeps kicking me out of the meeting. Okay,
Okay,
all right.
sorry.
Trying to get back in.
And then this is
that
Sango
you?
Virgin. Sango Virgin.
Let me see. Go back in.
Name again. Shit.
Oh, Shibaka?
No. Sango. Remember Sango
Right
Virgin.
now,
Oh, you go UC. You go UC. Or you're talking.
In name of that.
Make we try it another time, Queen Mother Moses. Yeah, Queen. Yeah, so we're having some technical difficulties with the Queen. Bongo wisely, you never really speak about what was happening with Millet and her presentation. What you think about what is happening in Ethiopia, and how does it now affect that program of repatriation that the people in the Caribbean, the Eastern Caribbean, are dealing with? Have they pivoted in terms of their plans to go to Ethiopia, or is it full steam ahead? What is the reaction for what is happening in Ethiopia with the people in the Eastern Caribbean?
Well, give thanks, Rastafari. Well, I must say, we have from the CRO standpoint, we have the RSAP project, which is Reparation for Settlement in Africa. It is not, although we know the whole continent is Ethiopia, but the geographical location of Ethiopia was not to say, it is not limited to Ethiopia, because a lot of us have a lot of communication with the Rastafari family in Ethiopia.
All right, there it is.
South
I'm
Africa.
back on the computer. I'm going to hit share screen. Okay, here is share screen. All right. So, it has every advance is where I need to go. Advanced file. Okay. The PowerPoint from advanced file. Usually it should have brought up what was there for me.
Yes, there it is, Queen Mother. There it is.
Okay.
You have it now, it's there. Yes, that is your screen.
No.
Minimize that. Go back to Google. Go back to the home page. Right. Take your files from there.
But I'm still not seeing here. I don't see the PowerPoint from here.
Go back into.
Here it is. Here's the PowerPoint. Okay. All right. You all seen that now?
Yes.
Yes, I.
All right. Perfect. Great.
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah. All right. And bless, give thanks to my brothers and sisters out there also in Facebook land. All right.
We can go straight on Facebook.
Love the life you live the life you love. I want to give recognition at this time to my beloved husband, you know, the full wholesome part of, because we're both wholesome, you know, not other half we are dealing with. No, we have to be wholesome apart as we are together. Because of him, you know, even though brother, you know, Aluta Continua had given me this assignment a while ago, but I have so much things that everything get done at the last minute. And I actually started this presentation at 12 noon today when I told him, because I wasn't sure where I wanted to go with it. And so I put it up to the creator and the ancestors to lead me to where they wanted me to go and the presentation they wanted me to give, right? So last night, my husband and I, you know, because he got chosen out of a competitive crew to do a 1 week talk the walk project of artists who are activists. And that is our own genre that's called creative activism or artistic activism. And I said, you know, imagine now, we know this, but we had never named it. And who is the greatest creative artistic activist than Bob Marley? So, you know, so that's why I'm giving thanks to Nanaya and Nancy for pointing me, for the ancestors using him to point me in the right direction, as he too is working on his presentation, because he has to give an example. And he's the one that had brought, you know, and I said, no, we are really on the same page, because Bob Marley definitely. So let's talk about what, you know, if we're talking about, we know that activists deal with cultural power structure, you understand? Them don't represent them. Yeah, you know, but they address them because the power structures that we know in politics, you know, don't deal with what they are supposed to deal with, His Majesty's moral governance. So we give thanks that our Holy Father tell us that is moral governance dealing with poverty alleviation that those that are put in power is supposed to be dealing with. So we give thanks for artists like the Honorable Robert Bob Nesta Marley for coming up with creative, artistic activism and ways to address the institutionalized racism structure that leaves people of color at the bottom of the barrel because it's worse than underclass. So let's give a little about creative activism, which clearly with Bob Marley, as you know, music gonna teach them a lesson. Yes, also the healing of the nation, the antidote to despotic governance, poverty, and let me say global institutionalized systematic racism. So how do we now come up with solutions that is facing the black and brown population of the world by the whites and increasingly those identified as yellows, namely certain Asian countries? That question comes to mind is really how creative activism can really deal with this. So we look now to the dynamic practice of creating and combining and the creative power of the arts to actively bring to the world's attention those issues that should be addressed, so that I and I can move with strategic planning in activism that is necessary to bring about social change. We know that art has social relevance, and it can be an effective tool of activism to affect real change. Because real change is what activism and activists want to be. What do we say? In this 21st century, each and every one of I and I, as Rastafari, have to be activists. We have to be the change we want to see in self, family, and community. I and I, like Bob Marley, have to address the cultural power structure. You know, we can't represent or simply describe them. No, we have to call them out. We have to talk truth to power for the powerless. We have to give voice to the voiceless. And that's why activists use public space to address socio-political issues, to encourage community and public participation as a means of bringing about social change. Artists, yeah man, they establish relationship within their communities. And we're talking about Bob Marley. You talk about establishing relationship within their community. He put Trenchtown on the global map. The community where it all started for him. Songs like No Woman No Cry brings in the community where they are. I drink them cornmeal porridge, etc. So, let us continue. We're going to deal with some Rastafari thing because he is the prophet of Rastafari. But Bob Marley, the leader, the legend, and the prophet. We know him by Nestor Robert Marley, known as Bob Marley, was born on his maternal grandfather's farm in 9 Mile St. Anne, Jamaica, a day like today, 71, 70, whatever year, Feb.6th, 1945, right? And we all know that his father was a white naval captain, Norval Sinclair Marley, who was almost 60 years old at the time of Bob's birth, when his mother was just a 19-year-old teenage country girl from the village, right? Sidella Booker. And Bob Marley was raised solely by his mother. So you see, we have some socio-economic issues there, right there already, from where I'm coming from. The poverty, the despair, single parenthood, abandonment, all of those things, right? And those things came to Bob Marley because when he went to seek out his father's relevance, they rejected him. You know, see? And that gave him the inspiration to write the song Cornerstone. The stone that the builder refused will become the head cornerstone. And our prophet, the legend, Bob Marley, is not only the cornerstone of the Marley Empire, but of the Rastafari faith, that he opened up the way in this month of Joseph that he was born as Joseph, the original son of the children of the 12 tribes of Israel. We're talking about Egypt, that went up into Egypt to open up the gates and the way for the Ethiopians of the children of the 12 tribes of Israel. So we're not going to bother think about nothing else that Egypt is the next part of the world. Because if it was Christ, that black Messiah, born in the ghetto of Nazareth, that had locks because a Nazarite would have taken that vow that no razor would come upon his head and would let the locks of his hair grow, as is recorded in Numbers 6. That black Christ, if he wasn't black like the Egyptian of old, could not have been hidden and been in Egypt. So Egypt, we know, is a child of Ethiopia. And as the Greek has told us, the Ethiopia is the land of the sunburned. The Ethiopian are the sunburnt people of the world, wherever we are born. Whether in Jamawerilu in Ethiopia, or Jamaica, or the island of the Trinidad, he come with word, sound, and power to reclaim I as blood Ethiopians. No, you know what many people didn't know, you know, that as a small child, our prophet Bob Marley was known for successfully predicting futures by reading palms. The man could have prophesied from him at 7 years old. Not before that. But listen what no, at 7 years old. At 7 years old, after a year in his Kingston ghetto, Bob returned to his rural village and declared his new destiny was to be a singer. Him stop read people palm, but him start now deal with a whole different life that got this statute of him nowhere but in Ethiopia. You overs with his iconic guitar. So know that Rastafari is who? Psalm 68 tell us the ancient ones on whose shoulders we come to stand on. When them dealing with a new faculty of overstanding of Rastafari, it has to be about the creed and not the faith, and nothing not wrong with our theology. From before the ancient Rasta man, them who couldn't read and write, was inspired by the Holy Spirit, that the name of God is Jah, and that I and I must extol him. And who is him? From the very beginning, him was not only his imperial majesty, but also her imperial majesty. Because it takes man and woman to give birth to life. Let's be reasonable and scientific, as scientific spiritualists, you overs. So our holy mother and father come, and we know the might and power of the Holy Trinity of God the Father, Mother, as one alpha without omega, no ending, is the Holy Spirit that live in I and I heart together. We give thanks that September 27, 1916, I and I came to be named at the first time our father Tafari Makanin got the title of Ras proclaimed. Ras and Tafari became an entity as of September 27, 1916. Yet still I and I had been here from before the beginning of the world. Because I and I was in the beginning when our Holy Mother and Father decided that earth must be populated. And the king came on October 7, 1928 for the second crowning he got, and to seal the Trinity on November 2nd, 1913, Negus, the King of Kings, that emperor, got the fullness of what it means. So the Triple Crown was everything. A new Trinity for I and I. That Rastafari and our prophet Marcus Messiah Garvey, who's pointed us to the King, and our patriarch, the original ganger, Leonard Howell, of which Bob Marley became the tough ganger. You know, you see them words there, I tell you, say everything have meaning, you know.
True.
There is a dance in South in Ghana named Ad Wamasi. This dance of the U people, it have an instrument, and that instrument is a bell, right? The dance is the Akbatsa of the U people. And that bell, when you hit it, it makes two sounds. One of the sound is gong, and the other one is gang. You overs. All I and I history, culture, and tradition are tied up. So you talk about India, because you know India had a role to play in the original gang title. But India, you can't go come up with nothing now in spirituality that don't connect to Ethiopia. Because from the very beginning, it was in Ethiopia, was the root of everything. Eastward in the garden did he plant that first male and the female there. And a river went out to water. The garden went east, west, north, south, 4 different directions. But the root was in the east. where he put the man, the first original man, and that river name was Gihon. And we know today that it is the Nile that flows up because it goes east, west, north, south, and it flows up north to Egypt. So Egypt cannot be separated from Ethiopia. Because if Ethiopia want to be like all the white people, they want Egypt to treat Ethiopia as sub-Sahara desert, we could have turned off the valve and Egypt get no water. We wouldn't do that. Would I deal with that, destroy our own self? Because Egypt is part of I. Sudan, Eritrea. Look how much things are happening in our lifetime where we see how them are continue to cut up the Ethiopian empire. So we not gonna forget that even in the war against Italy, we love all of the 83 tribe. We are the 83rd, the Rastafari of Ethiopia. But those now who want to even further divide Ethiopia because them is the largest ethnic group to say them want them own. No, that can't work. Because that is how divide, conquer, and rule. That group did choose the wrong side in the war against Italy. So let's be clear. When His Majesty Father keep Ethiopia free and a Melik got Empress Taitu, after that ethnic group chose Italy, we didn't feel no way about loving them as our Ethiopian family. So for them now to even destroy the millions of dollars that I and I as Ethiopian return to fulfill the prophecy that Africa awaits its creators and created a bustling industry in Shashamane. When I arrived in Shashamane in 1992, no electricity, no running water. Walk to town with the bucket power head. We take the Gary, Mr. Gary is the man, the horse-drawn carriages, our royal self. Let's continue. Behold him, His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie, Christ in his kingly character. Look at the ancient visions and representation of Christ. Is it any different from our God and King? And what does our Holy Father tell us? He tells us to seek unity and peace. And here Emperor Haile Selassie said, as noted in your agenda, you, the Rastafari, who have to be the change you want to see in self, family, and community, you are to consider the problem of peace, because the world today is facing a great dilemma. The catastrophic weapons, which are the result of human ingenuity, menace the world, you others, to the point of annihilation. In this fact, we have another ground for cooperation with all, not some, with all the churches of the world. You hear what I'm saying? And I mean, say, no, our God and King. No matter, because you look for the good and you leave the bad every time, because in everything is good and bad. None of I and I are perfect. So once we know our side that not so positive, we can balance out the thing. Egypt give us those training in the 43 laws of Ma'at that is summarizing the 7 principles of Ma'at, which is balance, represented by the woman Isis. Listen to the word, you know, Isis is our mother, Isis. You hear when she born? She come on earth, April Reuben with the eyes, the third eye. Isis, I mother that gave birth, the hermaphrodite that had both male and female within her to give birth. And my philosophy that is a scientific fact. There are many animals on earth that born without sex and develop sex afterward. plants do it too. I have life. We replicate those things. Let's be reasonable. We have children now that want to see things in black and white and don't want to hear about a virgin giving birth. It don't make sense to them. But we have the way we can put it forward in a realistic, scientific way. Because I and I as Rastafari are spiritual scientists. We are spiritual beings having a human experience. And the human experience of our God and King Holy Spirit, which is male and female, within our heart. Because him tell us, him leave us the speech. So him say work for peace. And here where him tell us, we do not consider our religion alone to be valid. All have, and that's why I'm saying grant the people the freedom to observe any religion they please. Africa unite, we don't want no more religious war. The spirituality will tap into the goodness of the God that is within you. Emperor Haile Selassie on education. Read ferociously. He was the Minister of Education and remains the Minister of Education. His favorite subject, history and comparative religion. So we have to know about the other faiths them. I work with 55 different religions within the prison system. And Rastafari stand firm, cannot make the move from it. You overs. But here what Bob Marley tell us when it comes to education, because what I'm going to show you is how this prophet of Rastafari, the son of Rastafari, has come and dealt with what him tell him must do. You know, see, inspire the people, motivate them, give them solution to free themselves. You know, see, and that is why him can speak on so many different things. And hear him tell you, I don't have education, I have inspiration. And look on the word inspiration. In spirit, the spirit inside of him, in our heart. Him said, if I was educated, I would be a damn fool. You hear her? Because the miseducation that has gone on is a problem. It's definitely a problem. You overs. So peace through cooperation with all churches of the world. Hear what our God and King say when we talk about comparative religion. Our God and King say, yes, I am Christian, but as king, I am equally Christian, Muslim, and pagan. Bob Marley's birthday is in the month of February. This is Black History Month, African History Month. And him come and told the Chicago Tribune that him is the king of all of the Black Americans. At the time they were called Black Negroes, right? That is one of the reasons that I and I know him talk about whatever religion. Him say both Christians and Muslims and other faith believe alike in God spiritually. And as God is always with those who believe in him, his imperial majesty, her imperial majesty, there is harmony in man who is one in flesh, blood, and soul. Therefore, all Ethiopians are one. They do not differ one from another. We're all one in our belief in God. No matter how you go and praise God, it is a what? A personal thing. So here Bob Marley say, you see how Bob Marley? Him say, I stand not on the black man's side. Him say, I do not stand on the white man's side. Ufa side him same standard. Him say, I stand on God's side. You know, see it. Him says God sent him to do something and nobody can stop him. Because if God wants to stop him, let him stop, but not man. That's why I'm telling man them going tired to see him face. Him is a prophet. Him tell them, you cannot get me out of the human race. Not even in my spiritual state. You know, see it? Never been as powerful as he is now. And him give a solution to never expect God to do for you what you don't do for the others. You're over. That is the golden rule uphold it. You overs. His Majesty says, it is important that spiritual advancement must keep pace with material advancement. When this comes to be realized, man's journey toward higher and more lasting values will show more marked progress, while the evil in him resides into the background. So it's the evil in man and in governors. You know, see, that artists and create with their creativity is addressing and bringing it out. So here Bob Marley say where that is concerned. Possessions make you rich. I don't have that type of riches. My riches is life forever. We can say our prophet, the Honorable Bob Marley, has conquered death. Them can't kill him. Him have life forever. Spirit can't dead. Keep them alive, call them neighbors, ancestors. Bob Marley, yeah. Marcus Garvey, call them out. My role model, Winnie Mandela, you're deep on my mind. All right, yeah, Bob Marley say. Bob Marley say, some people, they are so poor, all they have is money. Can you imagine that? Some of them reaching at the White House and I know say, with all of them money, them poor. Because they don't deal with humanity. They don't deal with the poverty of humanity. The people them that put them in power. So Bob Marley, him say, the greatness of a man is not in how much wealth he acquires, but in his integrity and his ability to affect those around him positively. That's what Bob Marley said. So if a ruler not impacting people positively, no, them is part of the problem. Them is not part of the solution. Here, His Majesty, remember, it is important that spiritual advancement must keep pace with material advancement. But here, Bob Marley, I go tell you, say, money is numbers, and numbers never end. If it takes money to be happy, your search for happiness will never end. Because you always go, wow, more money, more money, more money. Money can't make you happy. If money could not make you happy, so much rich people would not kill themselves. So you have to find that happiness within, that spiritual strength that is within. It is not in money. They're telling the people I don't have no money and I'm rich, I'm a billionaire. I live from paycheck to paycheck, because the paycheck is doing all kinds of things globally in between the next paycheck. Because that's what money must be done with, it must be hoarded. I tell my children and grandchildren and great-grand, don't expect no money. I make sure I build a house everywhere in the world them is, so they can never be homeless. That is how black people have to think. Don't leave your children to go struggle. Make them be the landlord. All right. Solutions we're dealing with, you know. Solutions. We cannot just talk about the problem. We know in our father's house there are many mansions. It's one house of Rastafari, many mansions. Rastafari, Bob Marley, we know was a member of the 12 tribes of Israel and was baptized in the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. We know the role in playing. Naya Bingi, Scott's Pass came to being because Bob Marley made sure. And let me tell you what His Majesty said. His Majesty said, I must say that black and white as forms of speeches are means of judging mankind should be eliminated from human society because human beings are precisely the same. Color, race, creed, national origin. Him tell us in the history of the human race, there are periods which later appear to be great, but it is when people go above what they recognize in their membership that in the human race, I and I have a common bond. Don't forget that the word hue means color. So human, the only race that God created was a race of color people from light white to dark black. And the original human is Ethiopian. All nation, whether them light, white or dark, black, come from the Ethiopian. So here Bob Marley say, if you're white and you're wrong, then you're wrong. If you're black and you're wrong, people, you're still wrong. Whether you're black, blue, pink, or green, no matter what color you are, if you do the wrong thing, you're wrong. You know, see it. Our prophet, Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, say what? He says some people are no good here. And then will be no good if we repatriate them to Africa too. Because if you're not doing the right thing, we do not want you to come and really confuse the thing. The royal family are always a part of the mix of Rastafari. And uphold what His Majesty say, all nation, kindred, and tongue. We are looking now at His Imperial Highness, Ermaya Sal Selassie, Haile Selassie, the grandson of His Majesty, and is at the coronation. His father, Ermaya Sal Selassie, was in the belly of the mother, our holy mother, Empress Menin Asfa, when His Majesty broke tradition to have man, woman, and child become the model for the African family. And had the woman restored to her rightful place, right beside the man, the god, the goddess, the emperor, the empress. And His Majesty said from that point, you know, he said he made no decision without consulting his wife. I big up my sister with Rastaites. We give thanks. We are here at the museum, the National Museum in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, for the Discovering Rastafari exhibit that was curated by Dr. Desta Magoo a couple years ago. And of course, that's where the National Museum of Ethiopia is where Lucy, the first recognized humanoid, is found Ethiopian, confirming that we're beautiful to be praised. And before we, my internet stable, it said unstable, it might cut off. I know that since Endeminish was found, Lucy, we found even older bones, still female, name is Salamta, also in Ethiopia. And similar age bones in South Africa. Because back line up with Emperor Haile Selassie is the 225th king from Menelik I, 226th and 226 from Menelik father Solomon, and 227 from David, from which lines Christ must be raised to come and sit on the throne of David. We are clear we fulfill all scriptures and prophecies of the ancient prophets and the ones that come, because Marcus Messiah Garvey pointed us to Prophet Gadman, who would come and raise up the children of the 12 tribes of Israel. Him say one G Gad. Him say one God G, one E A, one destiny D, put it together GAD Gad. We're clear, we follow the history and the paths. Because throughout history, it has been the inaction of those who could have acted, the indifference of those who should have known better, the silence of those, voice of justice when it mattered the most, that made it possible for evil to triumph. But man say, if you're white, you're wrong, you're wrong. If you're black and you're wrong, you're wrong. Evil. Naya Bingi say what? Death to all black and white oppressors. Death to all black and white oppressors. Death to all black and white oppressors. The heavens opened up, our Father come through the clouds. April 21, 1966, fulfill prophecy, born to rule, live, ancient birth, baptized as the Holy Trinity. Titled to Jazz Mosquito.
Presentation is everything.
From 1906. I deal with army of 3,000 from all, you know, see. So by the time he was proclaimed head creator in 1916, he have a solid record. You know, see, 1931 gave Ethiopia's first written constitution, bank, and upgraded the constitution. In the constitution that him giving Ethiopia, him say what? The person of the emperor is sacred, divine, and put it in the constitution. You cannot change it. God, sacred, divine. Want to damn. And him glory in the Bible. Yeah. Look at it. Timothy tell us that in his times when he appeared in the last day, the blessed and only potentate, he shall be crowned King of Kings and Lord of Lords. That's a 1 Timothy 6:15. And if you go to Deuteronomy, tell you the Lord our God is the God of gods and the Lord of lords, a great God, a mighty and terrible God. That's a Deuteronomy 10. God of gods, Lord of lords, King of kings. So he that art and ear, let him hear what the Spirit saith unto the churches. He shall not be hurt of the second death. That him tell them, shall not be hurt. Them just a talk that are rumors and propaganda. Like how them a talk about how my sister Nana Rita Marley dead. She's very much alive. Stop trying to kill off for people before time. You overs. So no, the lamb overcome, no more. Lamb to no slaughter, my conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, Lord of lords, King of kings. You know, and they that are with him, we are called, we are chosen, and we are faithful. Not me, say so. Go read it for yourself, Revelation 17:4. We are what? We are called. And many are called, but what? The chosen are few. Give yourself a nice round of applause for being the chosen few. That's in the right place at the right time for the right reason. It's because you're faithful. Are you, I and I. And we know him glory in the Bible and him read it. And man can't do without God. Just like you are thirsty, you have to drink water. You just can't go without God, Bob Marley said. You know, see, Bob Marley tell us why we use the Bible, because God tell us to use it. He tell us that we in Ethiopia have one of the oldest versions. He tell us that you gotta find him glory in the Bible. Why on earth we gonna want anything else? And the Rasta man them from ancient time, I tell you, say, the truth in the Gideon, not only the armor Gideon, but the 1978 version of the Gideon Bible. Yes, it tell you that him named Jah and he's black. Because the Gideon 1978 republished the King James Version, which is now in the public domain. So we know that Ethiopia, the island of Christianity, we get everything before ancient scriptures and written testimonies. We have it. We witness these things in order that we might give encouragement and guidance to the world. The king on the throne of David fulfill. Jesus sent him angel like I and I, Bob Marley, to testify and to use these things in the churches. The Christ is the root and the offspring of David. Without apology, people. Without apology, the coronation. Jehovah's. Restoration. Man, woman, and child, a new trinity on earth. Man and man can't give birth. Woman and woman can't make life. Man, woman, and child. She pregnant right here, so with her Maya Selassie. The father of her of His Imperial Highness, her Maya Selassie, Selassie. And of course, Bob Marley follow him father footstep in Holy Father. He get married to Rita Marley. See them there? It's a fact. And it make fear to get to him one time and talk about them never married. I should have to pull out the picture, because the picture is worth more than 1,000 words. It said it all. What to them? See the children there from them young. That is actually, this picture now is 1966. That's young Rita and Bob with Peter Touch. Your overs. 1966 when His Majesty came to Jamaica, them choose Rastafari from that time on. That's why I can't tell her no woman no cry. Because them sitting at the government yard observing the hypocrites. Tell you about the artistic activists. Yeah, in the community, they mingle with the good people. Good friends they meet in these ghettos and places of poverty. You know, see, and we can't forget, I remember, you know, see, simple things like George making the fire light. The log would burning through the night. Cooking cornmeal porridge. You know, see them so it works. See them so. The royal family, the Marley royal family, they replicate the life, being the example. Ethiopia, yeah, when you go Sashamani, them upgrade a picture you know for 2020. That's Bob Marley at the entrance of Shashamani. This is Bob Marley in Ethiopia. Okay? And this is I and I for the global Rastafari reason in Ethiopia. So Bob Marley there in a Shashamani Wanda Guinea with skill coal on them. You know, see it, skill coal. We're clear. We still hold on to Africa, Shashamani, All Africa Rastafari Trade Conference. Let me use this opportunity to tell you to go and put in, because we have there's a link for the trade resource database overs. So go and put it in for the trade conference. The Africa Trade Zone is open. The Ras Cup having unity South Africa. These are the things going on in March 1st, new faculty of overstanding with the Rastafari Creed, Empress of Zion, and Rastafari legal attorney, legal advisor, Sister June, our health advisor, Ancestor Ijanya in South Africa, Empress of Zion, Azania chapter. We stay up on top of the work. We work with the brethren them. You know, see, for the youths them, that's why we do it. All over the world, this is not the Haile Selassie High School. Sister Mitzi, Naya Bingi, Queen Mother Moses, the ambassador, will bring, you know, Empress of Zion donate the ceiling fan to the school. Mexico, me them, Mexico, with the youth them, dealing with Rastafari in Mexico. Because a global phenomenon, I am the ambassador. And every nation, kindred and tongue. Sister Ruel, MSW, social worker, educator, you know, she's a midwife, by trained midwife also. My daughter, Princess Dr. Rukaya Aziz Stewart, Fred Lock's daughter, Young Empowerment Learning Project, and we bring educators and social workers to the basic school that I graduated from in Cassava Peace, Lallis Gray Infant School. And we give, and every February we do Black History Month and different things. I have to big up Masani from Masani Production. They found, you know, the chair, the president of the Empress of Zion Canada chapter. You know, see, every year for the Black History Month, she's there in Cassava Peace with I with artists from Canada. Bob Marley music I play for Black History Month. Our early pioneer, Rastafari, Herbert Hibbert. You know what them look like, Howell, Garvey. Be clear, the separation of the Vowai, we carry the locks and make the locks of our hair grow, because a holy head, antennas to the spirit world. Our garments, clothed royally, the overs, Rastafari, many mansions, but better Christian church, a big up I-Door, the universal development of Rastafari, the 50C3 organization dealing with religious, educational, scientific purposes. I-Door is also the endorsing body for the Ark Prison Ministry of Almighty Rastafari Kingdom, of which, you know, I dealing with the prison ministry. Give thanks. Long live Prophet God and Spirit live on with the 12 tribes of Israel. And Bob Marley Joseph. We big up the Baba Shanti and, you know, see, EABIC, Congress. Point us to Ghana. Got honored when His Majesty came in 1966. Let's be clear. You know, see, the prophets them point us to the greatest prophet at all time, the king priest prophet, Melchizedek order. We're quite clear. These ancient ones is the one that laid the foundation of whichever mansion and theocratic order of Nyabingi. And I give thanks to Nyabingi, the oldest of the mansion. You know, see, the queen in the 19th century. You know, Scott's Pass Tabernacle, Jamaica. They're going now, and well, all kind of things happen. People take them one personal thing, take a seal, all kind of thing. You know, see, but it was a good intention. It was a good intention the Marleys had. Nobody never supposed to murder pan ground. Them kind of things that will happen. Clean up, we act. We still are going. His Majesty Holy Days. Every month we have something. You know what this is? The month of February, Black History Month. Mulligata Haile, the great historian that dealing with the works of the royal family, and he inherited all of the papers of Dr. Malaco Bayen, who had one son, and that son had adopted, you know, Mulligata and left him his papers, and he's doing the work now with the research himself. Ethiopia might not celebrate February as Black History, but every day is a Saint's Day. And today is the Saint, the Honorable Bob Marley Berhane Selassie Day. So may I recognize him as a saint also, as his day today. You know, see, give thanks for all of the local and international communities. Give thanks for the JRDC school, which continue the heritage of 100% of the students passing them school exams. And no, every nation, kindred, and tongue talk about Rastafari. Whether Oprah Winfrey and John Andrew and Jenna Bush, these things the one them don't know. Yes, these are facts that are there. This is former President and Nobel Peace Prize winner Barack Obama in the museum at 56 Hope Road. Yeah, them there. And guess what? Here are the Marleys in the White House. Black History Month. I'm blocking at the White House. See where with Kamala Harris. Work for them. Them know we good. Yes. Kamala Harris and our Jamaican father. We're dead there. I should tell them plain and straight, yes, we smoke ganja in Jamaica. So it have to legalize, not true. Got to legalize. Got to legalize. You hear what I'm saying? Bob Marley say, ganja is an inspiration in our brain, and it take away in stress and strain. Now them are recognize medical marijuana. The Rasta man always did know it. Not true? Bob Marley. Yes, I. Rita Marley, one draw, just one draw. May I big up my sister. Shavin, I know that I take over your house just for a little while. Give thanks for sister. Yes, and she give me one draw. My sister queen. May I big her up. Yeah. Because you don't know each one. Ganja is the medication. Ganja is the cure. You know, police have been fighting marijuana for sure. These are words of Bob Marley. We have to sour herb. healing, take away our stress and strain. So we are too blessed to be stressed and too anointed to be disappointed. One to them. Time for justice for marijuana. Free up the herb. Make a light up. One to them. And we can tell you my personal testimony. 1989, they gave me 6 months to live from ovarian cancer. In the 80s, they were not 5-year survivors of ovarian cancer. You're blessed if you make it to 6 months. Them tell me some have to take chemotherapy if you make it to 6 months, so them give me. And guess what? I never take them chemotherapy. And me use my ganja. And you know how much years that is? Over 30 years. What happened to them? Long time. Extra of cannabis indica. You know, see, for consumption and for bronchitis and asthma and cough and cold and
Caleb, what happened?
Yeah, man, Queen Mother
Can't
Moses.
hear,
Yeah, man, she did done say that the internet might drop.
Okay.
Yeah, man, powerful testimony by Queen Mother Moses.
Of course.
Stalwart in the Rastafari movement from in the
You don't know
70s.
she there.
Yeah,
Man.
yeah, man. Queen Mother Moses spent some time with me in Ghana, and
Okay.
I was there with her in South Africa, and I was there with her in Ethiopia when they had the Harar Trad in 2009.
Okay.
So we know say Queen Mother Moses are put in the work long time.
Long time.
This is
she
not
there.
now.
That's
Yeah,
true, man.
Sister Ivy, you have something to say, Sister Ivy?
Well, just commending Mother Moses, you know, really enjoy how she drop it and how she put it on. Really love that.
I just true like our internet, I don't know where she is, but our internet drop. I think she might be returning, but she gave us a great presentation. You know, I always love spend time with Queen Mother Moses, and she always drop the knowledge. She also has I think she posts every week because she actually ministers to prisoners in New York, in the New York State prison system as a minister. So we were talking the last Zoom, the priestess, remember Kimani, a sister named priestess was there?
Last Zoom, yeah.
Right, so I hope she had come in to this one to hear Queen Mother Moses is actually anointed. She's actually given officially her, I think, her deacon title to operate in the prison system. So she's actually acknowledged by the system to counsel prisoners as a deaconess. So we were talking about female leaders in the Rastafari movement, and that is one of the reasons why I invited her this week. Because remember, we were talking about Empress and Queen and Princess and Priestess.
Okay, I'm on my phone now. I think I'm forward. You know, I'm on my phone now.
We were just talking about the great works.
So I'm on the phone now.
We were just talking about the great works. We were just talking about the great works. We were just talking about the great works that you've done and that you've put in, and what a great presentation. It was all the works from around the world and all the things that you've been doing. I don't know. You work like you're 3 people. You work like you're the Trinity.
That's true, man. Hey, Marlon, are you taping?
Yes.
Okay.
So remember, you know, Kimani, and I don't see it in there. I see Queen Deborah. I see Queen Deborah in the website, but I don't see the eye. I post the lives. I edit and post the lives in the website. So
all right, then I'll put in my name on that before I go.
Yeah, Rastafariglobal.com. I'm gonna put it into everyone. Rastafariglobal.com. Just go on, put in your email, and then you create a password, and you're in. Yeah,
Okay,
so
excuse me. I have to use this opportunity. I see that my beloved husband on Nana Ya and Nancy, the inspiration for that great presentation I did. I have to give credit. We both did it together. He's the one that said, yes, Bob Marley is the artistic creative activist, the one he's going to do his presentation on with the talk. So big up Nana Yana, love and pem the arco. Yes, I.
yeah. Nana, are you in Ghana now?
Yeah, I'm in Ghana. I'm on campus.
Okay. You're in Legon.
Yeah, I'm a Legon. Commonwealth
Okay.
Hall.
Okay. I used to live in Cantonment.
I'm very safe.
Oh, what happened to you?
Pardon?
What happened to you?
I was not fine. Like dance class, my course, theater arts. It's stressing. So it was just tired and all of that caused it. It's nothing much, but everything is okay now.
Okay, so how is
He's taking
Ghana?
8
How is
courses
Ghana
and
now?
that's on top of everything.
Yeah, Ghana. You know, Ghana, we recorded some cases as to the COVID in some parts of the eastern region. And so for that matter, the government has revisited his laws concerning how activities should be run. Like things were open, but now they've tightened it a bit, like even with our class schedules and other things have been avoided. Most of them are to be held online and as such, apart from those practical ones that need one-on-one meeting, yeah, and you need to go.
The mall is locked up. The mall is locked, or is it open?
Yeah, malls and they have a way they go about it and visit them all, but you'll be tested. You have to put on the gloves, a whole lot of things that goes on. You don't just go to the mall just like that. The security and other things, you will be tested with your temperature and whatever to see to it that, yeah, before you can even visit places like that. And social distance too is working, even with the banks and other places.
What
Yeah.
about the beach?
Beach, I've not yet been. I've not yet been to beach. I'm on a campus, so I know what's happening at the beaches, you know. And
Yeah,
we are all trying to
Okay.
protect ourselves. So everyone is, you know, if it's not necessary to go out, you don't need to go mingle to find yourself one. And so
yeah, man, give thanks for that testimony, Nana. Looking forward to seeing you when we come forward to Ghana.
No problem. There's an upcoming exhibition. There is a project I'm even working on. It's called the Omega series, and we are highlighting female figures that have been very vibrant in the awakening of the Black souls as to repatriation and all of that. So
Nana Ya and Santiwa.
Yes, and people like that. So this last month was the portrait of the lady that just passed away, the female actress.
Cicely
Tyson, yeah, because her roles and her way of activism has really impacted the world.
Remember, Nina Simone came to Ghana also in the 1960s. There is some resource in the Du Bois Center, pictures and stuff like that with Malcolm X and Dr. Martin Luther King. Nina Simone was also there in the 1960s in Ghana. I found that out because I lived beside the Du Bois Center. So I frequented over there, meeting with the diaspora collective in Cantonment. So yeah, that's another person that you should look into. Nina Simone.
Oh, she is. She's on the list.
Okay.
She's on the list. His next person, he's alternating between ancestors and alive. The next one he's doing for February is Nana Faraika.
Yes, our queen mother here in DC.
Yes, so everything is in. So I hope one of these days when you come to, you have the opportunity to be part of any of the exhibitions or something like that. So I'm just hoping that things work perfect and this Babylon system will get over things quick.
When we were there in Ghana, we actually did a presentation on Legon campus.
At that time, he was at the University
now I'm
of
here,
Winnipeg.
so there's a lot to come.
Okay.
Yeah, he was at the University of Winnipeg at that time. And before that, he was at Adansi, because he's also graduated from Teachers College and was a principal.
Nice. For real. Give thanks, more strength and more honor to the eye, Nana. And I want you to carry out the works, hail the flag. You don't know the Pan-Africanist work it's one that might not have great prestige or glory, but will be rewarded by the next generation when we put in the work. So yeah, man, give thanks. Bongo Wisely, you did have something to ask the brethren Nana, and that is in Ghana right now, Bongo Wisely.
Yes, I give thanks. Yeah, well, concerning a while ago, you said, well, you were living in cantonment, but presently I reside in cantonment in St. Lucia. And to Nana, both me and my son, we've been trying to look at the possibilities of establishing a link between cantonment in St. Lucia and cantonment in Ghana.
Okay.
But any way I could assist, would appreciate love that, my brethren.
No problem.
Yeah, man, because looking, we realize that there is a cantonment in Ghana, and we reside in cantonment down here. So we wanted to make that connection.
No problem. The only problem here is that cantonment, it's around the airport residential, and those areas are very expensive, that's why.
Repeat what you said again, please.
I'm saying that area is very close. It's not far from the campus, and it's at the airport residential. That's the place known as the airport residential.
Right.
So it has the ministers and kind of people living around those areas, and it's quite expensive. So, you take that into consideration.
Because similar, I can stay at my yard and just see the airport, see when all the planes coming down as well. So, the whole setup, because that cantonment where I reside now was once a military base controlled by the Americans during the time of the war. So I guess, they built that airport as well. The hospital, there was a military hospital. All of these things are still around.
Yeah,
so
that's where
there is a lot of similarities.
Yes, there's a lot of similarities because the 37 military hospital, all of that is around that area, and it's not far from the Jubilee House. You see, so there's a security system in place. The military, it's not far from the main Flagstaff House, so it's a very, the heart business center of the Accra itself. Most of the embassies are located around that area.
Right.
American embassy, all the embassies, all of them. So,
but are there
a good environment.
Rastafari people living in cantonment in Ghana? Are you aware?
Actually, most of them, there might be, because there are Rastas around, and people have repatriated, and like people like that. Like I know that people like that around. and it's Accra, you see, so it's all over. Rastas are all over.
Oh, cantonment is in Accra?
Yes, it's in Accra. It's the heart of
in
Accra.
Accra. Oh, all right.
Yes.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I would have loved, making that connection,
No problem. So you just
Rastafari.
you have my number, and then we'll chat more and talk about it and the way forward.
All right. Well, I don't think I have your number presently. I'm in communication with Queen Mother Moses.
That's it. That would be perfect.
Well, Irie. Well, Rastafari. Yeah, man. Well, we will link up. Sure.
Yeah. So I would also seize this opportunity to ask the IDEM to go and check on my works and presentations, some of my interviews, and what my activist way of creative arts is about. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get the link from Queen Mother Moses and we'll post it on the website, and we'll post it. I'll also post it on my Facebook. That I can get that. Sister JB. Sister JB, are you there? Sister JB? Sister JB, are you there? I'm trying to just include everyone. Aaron. Brother Aaron, are you there? Brother
Yes.
Aaron, yeah. Did you want to ask the brethren anything that is in Ghana?
Well, as when the brother asked about Rastafari presence there, the answered.
That answer your question.
Yes, I.
Give thanks. Give thanks. Ras Buki. Ras Buki.
Yeah.
Yes, I. Yeah, the floor is yours.
Okay, for a while, give thanks, give thanks Rastafari, the Celestia, give thanks for this precious moment, give thanks for life, give thanks for all the goodness. I've learned a lot. Give thanks for Sister Maxine. Her coming in was very great, very, very useful. Give thanks for the sister who are coming about the Ethiopia situation, and give thanks for Queen Moses for your powerful giving. All that put together, I've learned, and Bongo Wisely also on his comments and Sister Maxine and all that. We do give thanks Bongo Wisely, and also my love and respect for he and his family that been going through some serious time there in their lives. We do give thanks. We all been going through things. We do give thanks for life. Pertaining to Rastafari, what I brought across here is the Rastafari Plan 2021, and with the turning point, we are putting together with the Rastafari turning point for the 21st century. And I found it in a color of yellow. And that if we get the work done as Carden, then we will be very successful as Rastafari and very prosperous. So we could be a very prosperous nation if we get the work that is there to done and done according. The historical part of it is very important. I was watching a video yesterday about the elders from the Coral Garden, from those 1963 back up now to where we're at 2021. And very little have done. Even I understand that some of them that got beaten up received some recompense in some way. But still the Rastafari movement, we're gonna have to work more orderly to get most things done, so we all can benefit from our Rastafari culture, rather than other people can take it up and do whatever they want with it, and then we
don't know if Ras Bookie screen got frozen. The internet has been. Are you there?
Something like any of the other organization that's in the world. Because the world need us up as Rastafari, if you need us up as Rastafari, not only spiritual and what we think and what we sing in our music, but what we can do physically for Africa. And I'm really thankful for Ras Kelev also, and Aluta and our core team and Black Queen, Empress Queen, and we give thanks for everyone that come and support this. Little by little, we're gonna get where we want to get. And my respect and love to Bob Marley. I was 9 years old when he died, when he passed. And in my school, there was a television. Every classroom television was. I never know television was able to come in the school so much that day when they say Bob Marley had passed. And it was something that's in my mind all my life. When I go to dance to Bob Marley music, you could see the revolution in myself with other Rastas that we could all night dancing to Bob Marley, making sure Bob Marley music come through the dance floor. So we also represent that in many forms, right? So we do thanks. We are at the turning point of Rastafari. We are also talking about the constitutional conference that convention that we're putting together, Rastafariglobal, because it's very important to get a definition and what it is really all about. That have 3-4 sides and understanding. So if we get in the constitution, we definitely know, okay, it is, we move up. So every Rasta will know this, it is, that is, and so we can able to go forward as Rastafari and global. Of course, Jamaica will be 100% benefit from this movement that we're doing also. I'm located in Panama, and I'm very, very place that very rich in culture. And so I'm very happy to be here also for the support of this country. Rastafari. Aluta, anything you want to say to me?
Yes, I give thanks. Valerie Miller, you just joined us. Unmute.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Yeah, can hear you now.
Yes, unmute.
Yeah, man, give thanks. Where are you zooming from?
Massachusetts.
Oh, give thanks. I spent some time in Boston, and my cousin lives in Springfield. And so I go up there sometimes before the pandemic. And what's it like in Massachusetts? Are you guys on lockdown? What is it like?
Yeah, I'm in Boston and everything is pretty much locked down.
Excuse me, I have to interrupt. Boston is not as important as tell us about your experience in Ethiopia. Thank you. Sorry.
Me? Oh, I loved the experience I had in Ethiopia. The only reason I returned from Ethiopia is because I have to care for my mother. There's nobody here to look out for my mom, to give her meds, to give her food. So I actually only left for that one reason, or I would still be in Ethiopia. I enjoyed it tremendously. I went to different places. I stayed in Addis Ababa and I had a car. I would drive around. It was a very, very lovely experience. Again, which I did not want to leave, but I had to care for my mom.
It goes like that, sis. We all have to contribute and do our part.
Any questions I could try to answer? I went to Axum. I've been to Lalibela, Axum, quite a few places I went to in Ethiopia.
Oh, come you never mention Shashamane?
Of course, I went to Shashamane, his sister and brethren in HQ. I went there as well.
Where did you spend most of your time in Ethiopia?
Addis Ababa, in the capital. I became more familiar with the capital. I could get around more, although I did spend a weekend, I believe it was, in Shashamani, but not at the HQ.
So you said you went to Axum? What year was that?
It's been a few years now. 2000, last year, not a few years, last year. Went to Axum, spent some time.
And what was it like?
Exotic.
Well,
I come from Axum.
Where is it living? Where is it living?
Exotic. It's not lyrical culture.
Yes. Empress Valerie, what you saying?
Axum was pretty nice. Saw all of the different structures there from the ancient days. The different, I can't think of the name of the things they're called, the stelae.
Yeah, the obelisk.
Yes, the obelisk. I saw those. I took a few pictures by the obelisk. I had a host who lived in Axum who showed me around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would love for you to leave your email in the chat so we can continue even after this meeting. Even the persons that are still left in the meeting, I forgot to tell ones and ones to leave their emails in the chat where it said everyone. Leave your emails in the chat so we can contact you for future Zooms. And also we can give you the link to the website that you can actually review the Zoom. Normally we edit it in a few days and then we will post in 4 to 5 days. So you can definitely go and look on the Zoom for the stuff that you missed before. A presentation was given by a sister from Ethiopia, and another brethren presented almost like a counter to what was happening in Ethiopia. And he was saying that what Abiy is doing is not necessarily constitutional because he should have kept the elections and he didn't. And there was another presentation by Queen Mother Moses, riveting presentation by Queen Mother Moses on Bob Marley as an activist, a cultural activist. So all of this is recorded and will be posted on the website, and you will be given a link once you put your email that we can send it to you. But yeah, as I said, I have cousins up in Massachusetts, friends up in Dorchester, is it called, or Rochester? Dorchester. Yeah, I have friends up in
Dorchester.
And what's it called? What's the other one called? Worcester?
Well, there's Worcester.
Worcester.
Yeah, Worcester.
My cousins are in Worcester.
Yeah, Worcester's a couple of hours drive from Boston.
Right. So yeah, I've family members and friends up in Massachusetts, and I spend some time in the summers when I get a chance. But because of the pandemic, I didn't go last year.
Exactly.
Last year. So yeah, when you get a chance, put your email in the chat, and we can get to give you invitations to the other Zooms. Queen Mother Moses, one of the things that we are trying to put together is a newsletter for Rastafari Global. And I don't know with your busy schedule if you are able to help to contribute for the North American section in terms of what is happening in Rastafari community in America. And I would also ask Raskimani in London, also if he's willing to be a contributor to the newsletter in terms of gathering information of what is happening in England, so we can put it somewhere. The idea of the website is to be a repository for information for Rastafari. So there's an alternative narrative that we can have, not is what is on CNN or BBC. This conversation that we just had about what is happening in Ethiopia, it's not on any major news network. It's nowhere. And so we have to have our own system or structure of gathering information and a repository somewhere that we can put it, and ones all over the world can find it and access it. So we have put together a website called Rastafariglobal.com. You put your email in it and you create your own password and you have access to it. For instance, did you know that there was a flood in South Africa, in Limpopo and in Mozambique?
No, I wasn't aware.
Okay, so there are articles posted about the flood. Over 4,000 people was displaced between South Africa and Mozambique. So we are gathering information about us, for us, and putting it in a place where we can reach it, right? So Raskimani, I don't know if it is possible for you also to be a contributor in England.
Possible. Everything is possible.
Yeah, man.
Through the chair.
Yes, Queen.
Yeah, I don't believe in recreating the wheel, you know, and one of the good thing about this time period, you know, when the Rastafari faith is that there is mobilizing going on. And in the mobilization, there's a lot of collaboration also, which is what needs to happen. That's the true meaning of African unity. What I and I need to find, you know, is how I and I can strengthen Rastafari TV to be that news space.
They are already on the website.
You see, but you hear what I said? To mobilize so we can maximize the effectiveness,
already
you know.
on the website.
So we're not recreating the but we're still talking something different, you know. Listen and let's focus and be clear. We need the collaboration and to be being on the website, you know, and saying something else, you know, is a dissonance in my ears. All right. So we really need, because if everyone, if all of the groups them that meeting concentrate on a specific area, I will cover how the empire need to be governed and the creed can be effectively delivered.
What I mean by Mo is already on the website. We are already in talks to create a hyperlink of Rastafari TV, because we're not doing what Rastafari TV is doing. By having
but you see, Rastafari TV needs content. If we're going to, we want to get to be a 24-hour, you know, see, it needs content. We don't need link. We need to make sure, say, once thinking, you know, what part me I go play that, you know, me can contribute to this 24-hour content 7 days a week. What part, you know, you're asking, so, you know, wants to be representative in different areas for the newsletter, etc. Well, no, I'm advocating, and it's not just here I'm advocating. You understand? Because Rastafari TV actually give some rights to dark, you know, diaspora, you know, and then we have the Rastafari creatives, which is all about all of the creative things and whatever. So, you know, the report that was done, the UE report, and, you know, them things that IRFM fulfilled that, you know, that Rastafari wanted some kind of, you know, radio, whatever. Well, if it's radio and we get IRFM, I'll do, you know, me no think it's a Rasta thing anymore. But anyway, Rastafari TV now ones need to be focusing on.
No, I'm agreeing. I am agreeing with you, Queen Mother Moses. What I was just saying is that me and Mo and I started that conversation, and we're looking to put the technical part of it together. That's all I was saying. That yeah, this is underway.
Blessings.
Yeah, man, blessed. Yeah, give thanks, Empress Valerie. for their
I
contribution.
think she, no, I don't think it's that name she want to be known by the way. No. I think that is just the name that the bill spared under. My sister Queen Ameta.
That is correct.
Introduce yourself.
My name was given when one of the priests in Lalibela actually gave me my name. It's Ameta Selassie.
My apologies.
Yeah, well, I could have actually changed it legally, but we don't like to deal with this and that and that and this. So I just accepted, and everyone who know I them refer to I as Ameta.
Excuse me.
What does Ameta mean?
Yes, sir.
I asked what did it mean, and everyone has different meanings, but I asked what does Ameta Selassie specifically mean? And what I was told, although I've heard differently, is that it basically means servant of the Holy Trinity.
Nice. Selassie. Aaron, did you have a question you wanted to ask?
I'm going to ask exactly the same question, but now that sparks up another question for me. Do you have baptismal name, Marlon? If you don't mind sharing it and the meaning of your baptismal name, if you would.
Me?
What?
No, Marlon.
What you said, Aaron?
I was asking you when we spoke the other day. You told me your baptismal name. So I don't.
My baptismal name is Wulde Mariam.
What's the meaning of Wulde?
Wulde is the son of Mary.
Okay, give thanks. That's all right. Blessed.
Yeah, I was telling Aaron that when I went to Aksum, because I told the priest my name, they gave me a lot of access to the church and to the priests that guard the Ark of the Covenant and to the cathedral. They actually went to get the keys for the cathedral and opened up the cathedral and went and got the books, some ancient Bibles over 800 years old, to show me the Book of Mary. Books that were written, the covers were hippopotamus skin, and the leaves were goat skin written in goat blood. So that's how those books were able to maintain for 800 years old, because blood stain, it ain't going to rub out. And that leather, the goat leather and the hippopotamus leather is forever. It will probably be there in another 1,000 years. So because, after I told the head of the church my name, Wulde Mariam, the name of the church is St. Mary of Zion. So he gave me access, the museum that they have beneath the compound, right?
No, I took a picture. I'm in front of the St. Mary Zion, but
there's a museum underneath.
Wow.
So they took me down to the museum. There's actually a new museum being built in Aksum by the government, like a 3-story building. And it's funny that the conflict take place right now, because I guess that work has been halted. But yeah, the small museum that they had, it had the robes for when Emperor and Empress was coronated. It had their staff, it had both their shoes. It had the crown, because before they put on the triple crown, there was another crown that they were wearing before they put on the triple crown. It had that crown that they were wearing on the day of the coronation. They also have a part of the museum with the guns that the Ottoman Empire attacked Aksum in the 9th century. And when they defeated the Ottoman soldiers, they took the cannons and the guns, and it is also in the museum. The people that I was with, my interpreter, I think was close to the people of the church, and so I was able to get more access and the interpretation of the history of the compound. as you know, there are 3 main churches on the Aksum compound: the cathedral, the church that houses the ark, and the church, the ancient church that is about 1,300 years old. The one that Lalibela, I think Lalibela made that church in Aksum. So he made the church, the church in Lalibela, but he also made the church in Aksum itself. That is the old church. But there is also a 1,700-year-old foundation in Aksum for a church that was made in the 3rd century. I don't know if did you have an interpreter with you when you went there?
A few, 2.
Yeah. So they were the ones. And did you go to the Queen of Sheba house?
Totally. Well, I went all up inside. I have some pictures. I took some photos. I have some photos on my Facebook page that I took inside her what was her oven?
Her kitchen, yes.
Her food.
Yeah, I have it.
Yeah,
did you go up to the pool?
Yes, I did. I took a photo standing in front of that as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
Give thanks. I am yet to go to Lalibela, and hopefully I get an opportunity to go again to Ethiopia so I can go to Lalibela and Gondar. I've been to Bahadar and I've been up to the waterfall in Tisabai. And I actually traveled from Kenya because I was living in Kenya at the time. I traveled by truck from Kenya to Shashamani. So I crossed a 200-kilometer desert by truck.
Yeah, that's it all. I've been to Gonda as well.
Wow. I think we have in Queen Mother Moses, we're trying to do another Zoom for Empress Menen Day for her birthday. And I would love to have you as one of the presenters, presenting some of the pictures that you have and the places that you've been in Ethiopia.
Is she here?
No, I don't think she's. No, I'm talking about you. I'm saying.
Oh.
I'd love for you to be. I'd
So
love for you to be one of the presenters presenting some of the pictures that you know when you're in Ethiopia, and some of the places that you've been to.
The pictures I can present them on here. They're like
I can share. You can share your screen. I can. Yeah. We'll exchange email and I'll show you how to do it.
Okay, no worries.
All right. Give thanks. Bongo Wisely is still there?
No, he has left.
Bongo Wisely. So then I think you going to have to do the benediction in Raskimani.
No, I'm not gonna do the benediction, Reggie. Not today, not today.
Why? You're the elder, you know. You're the elder in the area right now. You know, these are the responsibilities of life. As long as God give you life, you have to give thanks for life.
True.
So it falls upon you to take us across the Seket and the ancient sea of time.
Greetings. It's Sister Mahalet from Ethiopia, Marlon. Can I have a word?
Yes,
ma'am.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've been listening. I just shared on the chat box
I saw it.
Yeah, my email and the link where I share my research, the documentary film on the Rastafari in Ethiopia, and also
it will be posted on the website.
Yeah. And I'm doing also a weekly thing in a conversation with the global Rastafari community once in a week. So I share it on that YouTube channel. So
Okay,
it was,
good.
yeah, to invite you and to check it out. But
As long
all
as
African
you, when we email back and forth, we can coordinate the time. And as Queen Mother Moses said, that we can talk to the people at Rastafari TV, that is also a part of their content.
Okay. Okay.
And I would love for you to be we're trying to create some committees to do the newsletter.
Okay.
Yeah, I know that you're busy and you have a lot doing, but through the email we're gonna talk. I'm actually talking with some students that are in Bahadar that are studying journalism that want to contribute to the newsletter.
Yes, that would be, yeah, that would be good. I can, if I don't write a new thing, I can at least share what I have been writing, the research work, the thesis as itself, in a link in a soft, with, how do you say, as a soft document.
Yes.
And also I have been writing articles about the Grand Renaissance Dam. I have been following that story. I have really many articles about it. And then also the current Ethiopian crisis, the Tigray crisis. So I can just reshare from those medias, to you. At least for now, I can do that.
The first thing I would say to do is go to Rastafariglobal.com, create an account, and then you can post away. You can post whatever you want.
Okay, good.
Right?
Okay. Okay, great.
Raskimani, are you ready?
Thank you.
Blessed. I'm a segunalu.
Zersteli.
Ishi. Raskimani. Run God. Run God. Are you ready, Raskimani? Yeah, unmute. Yes, I. Yeah, you're still muted. Raskimani. Oh, yeah, you see the icon with the mic. The icon with the mic. Unmute the icon with the mic. Yes.
Yeah. Oh.
Got you.
Yes, I give thanks and praise, Majesty, to all assembled right now at Daniel.
Salam ta salam.
Rastafari. Why do the heathen rage? Psalm 2, verse 1 to 11, 12. Why do the heathen rage and the people imagine a vain thing? The kings of the earth set themselves and together the kings of the earth, can't see here properly, set themselves together, and the rulers will take counsel together against the Lord of Lords and against his anointed, saying, let us break their bonds asunder and cast away their cords from us. He that sitteth in the sea, in the heavens, shall laugh.
Yeah.
The Lord of Lords shall have them in derision.
Yeah, give me 2 minutes.
Then shall he speak unto them, say, and in his wrath, and vex them in his soul displeasure. Yet have I set a king upon a holy hill of Zion. I will declare the decree. The Lord of Lords has said unto I, Thou art my son, this day have I begotten thee. Ask of I, and I shall give thee the heathen for thine inheritance, and the utmost parts of the earth for thy possession. Thou shalt break them with a rod of iron, and shall dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. Be wise now, therefore, O ye kings, be instructed, ye judges of the earth. Serve the Lord of Lords with fear, and rejoice with trembling. Kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and he perish from the way where his wrath are kindled but a little. Blessed are all they that put their trust in him. Psalm 2, verse 1 to 12.
Selassie, Jah.
Rastafari.
Aye.
The Lord of Lords is thy shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh our night to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth I beside the still waters, he restoreth our soul. He leadeth I to the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yeah. Though he walks through the valley of the shadow of transition, I shall fear no evil, for thou art with I. Thy rod and thy staff they comfort I. Thou preparest the table before I in the presence of thine enemies. Thou anointest thy head with oil, thy cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow I and I all the days of our and I lives. And I shall dwell in the house of the living Lord of Lords. That am how I listen lastly the first.
Jah.
Jah.
Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Selassie. Yeah, give thanks. Give thanks for the item. Give thanks for the coming. Give thanks for another successful Zoom. Give thanks to the presenters, Queen Mother Moses, Malette. Give thanks to the ones and the ones that will come and see the tape of what has happened here. And give thanks most of all to His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I, and Her Royal Highness, Aspa Wasen Haile Selassie. Yeah, man. So Empress Menen and His Imperial Majesty. Give thanks. Yeah, this is Marlon Amlak Wilder Mariam signing off for another Zoom for the 6th of February for Bob Marley Day. Rastafari, give thanks. Ras Buki, Ras Caleb, my co-presenters. We will organize, so keep the eye, ears to the ground. We will organize to have a committee meeting to organize for committees that we can start doing works and not just talking. Yeah, because more works to do and more truths to live. Selassie.
Aye.